So we have the total approximately 12 chapters. One is the cost sheet. So material, labor, employee cost, overhead. So activity based costing system, cost accounting systems, process costing, service costing or the operating costing. Next one is the marginal costing, standard costing, budgetary control. Job costing and batch costing also are the part of the syllabus, but from these two chapters generally they will not ask the questions. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So from these 11 chapters you will get the questions. Each and every chapter having the equal importance. So today I will revise the cost sheet, material, so labor and overhead. These 4 chapters I want to revise today. So first one is the cost sheet. In case of our cost and management accounting, what are the objectives of the cost accounting? Primary 3 objectives are there. Objective number 1 is the ascertainment of cost of product or the service. Next one is the determination of the selling price. Next one is the controlling the cost. What are the meaning of controlling of cost? Minimizing the cost or avoiding the unnecessary cost. So three primary objectives are there. One is the ascertainment of cost of product or service, calculation of selling price. Third one is the controlling of the cost. From our cost accounting subject point of view, the total organizations are divided into two types of organizations. One is the manufacturing organization. Second one is the service providers. Our objective is that we are going to discuss the various cost accounting rules and regulations. These rules and regulations are designed for how to ascertain the cost of the product manufactured, how to ascertain the cost of the services rendered. Three objectives are there. One is the ascertainment of cost. Second one is the calculation of selling price. Third one is the controlling of the cost. In order to ascertain the cost of product manufactured, we have to prepare the one statement. That statement is called as a cost sheet. What is the meaning of the cost sheet? Cost sheet refers to a statement which is prepared for ascertainment of the cost of product or the service. It refers to a statement which is required to be prepared for ascertainment of cost of product or service. There are three primary objectives are there. One primary objective is the ascertainment of the cost of product or service, calculation of selling price. Third one is the controlling of the cost or the minimizing the cost. If you want to ascertain the cost of product or service, you have to prepare the one statement. So statement is called as a cost sheet. Cost sheet refers to a statement which is required to be prepared for ascertainment of the cost of product or the service. For preparation of the cost sheet, if you want to prepare the cost sheet effectively, we should know some terminologies. First terminology we should know is the meaning of the cost. What is the meaning of the cost? Expenditure incurred for. What is the meaning of the cost? Expenditure incurred for. Cost refers to expenditure incurred for manufacturing and selling a product. Expenditure incurred for manufacturing and selling a product. Manufacturing and selling a product or rendering of services. If you want to prepare the cost sheet, we should know some basic terminologies. One basic terminology is the meaning of the cost. Cost refers to, what is the meaning of the cost? Cost refers to expenditure incurred for manufacturing and selling a product or rendering of services. Whatever the amount we are spending, whatever the amount organization is spending for manufacturing and selling a product or rendering of services is called as a cost. So from the cost accounting point of view, organizations are divided into two types. One is the manufacturing organizations, other one is the service providers. If you take the example of the Tata Motors company, if you take the example of the Asian Paints, if you take the example of the Apollo company or the MRF company, what is their objective? Their objective is the manufacturing of the cost of product they are manufacturing. So if you take the example of the Airtel company, if you take the example of any hospital, if you take any example of the any hotels, their objective is the ascertainment of the cost of the service. If they want to ascertain the cost of product manufactured, cost of the service rendered, they have to prepare one statement. That statement is called as a cost sheet. What's the meaning? If you want to prepare the cost sheet, we should know the meaning of the cost. What is the meaning of the cost? Expenditure incurred for. మీరు ఏదైనా కొంచెం రెస్పాండ్ అవుతుంటే నాకు కూడా ఉంటుందో, లేకపోతే అలా చెప్పుకుంటూ వెళ్ళిపోతాను నేను. Cost means expenditure incurred for manufacturing and selling a product or rendering of services. So if you want to prepare the cost sheet, we should know the meaning of the cost. And one more thing we should know that, so cost for ascertainment of the cost is classified into three categories on the basis of the function. What is the meaning of function in case of the cost accounting? Activity are the series of activities which are required to be carried out for manufacturing and selling a product or rendering of services. If you want to manufacture the product, if you want to sell the product, organization has to carry out some activities or some task. So based upon the activities, cost is divided into three categories. First category is the manufacturing cost, or the first category is the manufacturing cost or the production cost. Second cost is the administration cost or the management cost. Third one is the selling and distribution cost. If the organization wants to fulfill their objectives, want to earn the more amount of profit, some activities are required to be carried out. Those activities are classified into three categories. One is the manufacturing activities. Second one is the administration or the management activities. Third one is the selling and distribution activities. The cost which is incurred for the manufacturing activities is called as a manufacturing cost, or production cost, or the works cost, or the factory cost. The cost which is incurred for carrying out the management activities or the administration activities are called as a management cost or the administration cost. The activities which are the cost which is incurred for carrying out the activities of the selling and distribution is called as a selling and distribution cost. What is the meaning of the manufacturing cost? The cost which is incurred for converting the cost which is incurred for converting the raw material into finished goods is called as a manufacturing cost. So what is the meaning of administration cost? What are the examples for the manufacturing cost? If you take the example of the maybe Raymond's company, manufacturing of garments, purchasing of cotton. So now purchasing of cotton is nothing but a raw material. So payment of wages to the labor, the persons who are working in the factory, the payment of the rent, payment of the power that is for generation of the machines, operating the machines. So depreciation of the machinery, insurance premium that is paid for the machinery and factory building. All these are called as a the cost which is incurred for converting the raw material into finished good. These are the list of expenditure, the transactions, list of expenditure incurred for converting the raw material into finished goods for carrying out the function of activity of the manufacturing activity. Next cost is the administration cost. The other name for the administration cost is called as a management cost. So what is the meaning of management cost? Decision making cost. The cost which is incurred for planning, the cost which is incurred for organizing and coordinating, nothing but a execution or the directing. Next one is the controlling of organization. Suppose if the organization want to launch one product into the market, if the organization want to decide the selling price, so for having the competitive advantage, who will decide the decision? Directors of the company, management team, that they will take that kind of decision. Whatever the cost that is incurred in relation to management team, whatever the cost incurred in relation to the management of the organization is called as a administration cost. Examples for the administration cost: payment of directors fees, payment of rent for the office building, payment of the electricity bill of the office building. These are the examples for the bonus or the remuneration of the incentives which are paid to the management team or the directors. So the fees which is paid to the directors for attending the board meeting. All these are the examples for the administration cost. Next one is the selling and distribution. What is the meaning of selling and distribution cost? First one is the selling cost. We want to understand the meaning of selling cost. The cost which is incurred for sales promotion, the cost which is incurred for creating the awareness about the product or service, the cost which is incurred for increasing the sales of the organization is called as a selling expenditure. What are the example for the selling expenditure? Payment of salary to the sales representatives or the sales representatives or the sales agents, advertisement expenditure. So now sample expenditure, distribution of samples to the customers at free of cost, we are distributing the customer. Now these are the examples for the selling expenditure. Next one is the distribution expenditure. What is the meaning of distribution expenditure? The expenditure which is incurred for reaching the, after selling of the product, the expenditure which is incurred for reaching the product from our place to the customer place is called as a distribution cost. Example for the distribution cost: so delivery van driver salary, delivery one, maintenance expenditure. These are the examples for the distribution expenditure. If you want to manufacture and sell the product, if you want to render the services, some activities are required to be carried out. So those activities are classified into, from the cost and management accounting point of view, those activities are classified into three categories. One is the manufacturing activity, second one is the administration activity, third one is the selling and the distribution activity. So in the cost sheet, what is the meaning of the cost sheet? The statement which is prepared for ascertainment of the cost of product or the rendering of services. In that statement, we want to show the cost based on manufacturing cost plus administration cost plus selling and distribution cost is called as a total cost. So please go through the format of it. Please go through the material, what are the handout I distributed. Please go through the handout, format of the cost sheet. So before preparation and before go through the format of the cost sheet, please try to remember the one fundamental point in case of cost and management accounting. The total cost based on the functions are divided into how many categories? Three categories are there. One is the manufacturing cost or the production cost or the works cost or the factory cost. Second one is the administration cost. Third one is the selling and the distribution cost. Here this manufacturing cost may be the direct cost or the indirect cost. Administration cost is always indirect cost from the our subject point of view. What are the concept that is developed based on the rules and regulations point of view. Theoretically, practical administration cost may be direct or indirect, but based upon our subject point of view. So administration cost is divided into, administration cost is always indirect cost. Selling and distribution cost also always indirect cost. But manufacturing cost is either direct cost or the indirect cost. What's the meaning of direct cost? Benefit of expenditure is for the only for the one kind of product. Indirect cost means benefit of expenditure is for the more than one kind of product is called as a indirect cost. So whatever the cost which is incurred for the administration function, generally from theoretical point of view, from the what are the assumption that is taken from the concept that is covered in our study material point of view, administration cost is always indirect cost. What are the meaning of administration cost? Always indirect cost. Benefit is for the more than one kind of product or the service. Whatever the cost that is incurred for the selling and distribution, also assumption is that always for the more than one kind of the product. So this direct material once again may be material, labor and expenses. Indirect also, indirect material, indirect labor, indirect expenditure. What is the meaning of material cost? Expenditure incurred for material cost refers to the cost of commodities consumed for manufacturing and selling a product or rendering of services. What is the meaning of labor cost? Expenditure incurred for availing the human resources in relation to manufacturing and selling a product or rendering of services. What is the meaning of expenses? Other than the material and labor cost is called as a expenses. Please try to remember this is a very, very important point from the, if you want to effectively understand the conceptual, understand the format of the cost sheet. Manufacturing cost may be direct cost or the indirect cost. Administration cost is always indirect cost. Selling and distribution always indirect cost. That is assumption that is taken by the, that is assumption taken in case of cost accounting rules and regulations. So this direct cost once again consisting of material, labor and expenses. Indirect also, indirect material, indirect labor and indirect expenses. So now, only in case of manufacturing only that segregation is required. But in case of administration always indirect cost. Selling and distribution also always indirect cost. Sum of direct material, direct labor, direct expense of manufacturing function is called as a prime cost. Sum of indirect material, indirect labor, indirect expense of production function is called as a production overhead. Sum of indirect material, indirect labor, indirect expense of administration function is called as a administration overhead. Sum of indirect material, indirect labor, indirect expenses of selling and distribution function is called as a selling and distribution overhead. So if you take the, now please go to the format of the cost sheet now. Here in this cost sheet, if you want to ascertain the total cost of the product manufactured, we have to add the three functions cost we have to add. First function cost is the manufacturing cost. Next one is the administration cost. Third one is the selling and distribution function cost. Manufacturing function cost may be direct or indirect, maybe for exclusively one product or more than one kind of product. Administration is always for more than one kind of product. Selling and distribution is always more than one kind of product. First one is the, now direct manufacturing cost is nothing but a prime cost. Direct material consumed. Opening stock plus purchase minus closing stock of raw material. In the process of calculation of the cost of direct material consumed, direct material the cost of raw material consumed. If any freight expenditure is incurred, if any taxes are paid, that is to be added. Direct material consumed. Second one is the direct employee cost or the labor cost. Next one is direct expenses. Prime cost. Prime cost is also called as a direct manufacturing cost. Next one is the works or the factory or the overhead, manufacturing overhead. Suppose if you take the example that TVS Motors, in case of TVS Motors, product A, product B, product C. Example is the Jupiter. So next one is the Jupiter, next one is the Star City, next one is the Scooty Pep. So organization is manufacturing the three kinds of the products. First one is the direct material, maybe 10 rupees, 10 rupees and 20. What is the meaning of 10 rupees? The paint expenditure, the iron expenditure exclusively incurred for the product A only. Next one is the direct labor, salary paid to the workers. So those workers are working for the only for the product A in the factory. So the factory is the place where the raw material is being converting into finished goods. So direct labor is the 16 rupees here. What is the meaning of 16 rupees here? This is the labor cost incurred only for the product B or the Star City. Next one is direct labor is the 17. Next one is the direct expenses, maybe 10 rupees, 10 rupees and 10. Then you will get the prime cost. Prime cost is the 35. Prime cost is the maybe 36. Prime cost is the maybe 47. This 35 rupees, 36 rupees, 47 exclusively incurred for this product only. Suppose if you are not manufacturing product A, this 35 rupees is not required to be incurred. Prime cost is nothing but a direct manufacturing cost. The manufacturing cost which is exclusively incurred for the particular product. Next one is the production overhead. Production overhead is the sum of indirect material, indirect labor, indirect expenses which is incurred for the production function of converting the raw material into finished goods. Example is that, so supervisor salary is the 10 lakhs. The supervisor salary is supervising the work of the workers who are working in the factory. 10 lakhs rupees paid to the supervisor. He is supervising the work of the workers of first product, second product and third product. This 10 lakhs rupees benefit is received by three kinds of the product. Next one is the factory rent. Factory rent is the 10 lakhs rupees. Rent is nothing but expenditure for which function? Manufacturing function. In that factory, no separate factory for each and every kind of product. In that factory, all kinds of products are being manufactured. So the benefit of this 10 lakhs rupees for the production function and a function of converting the raw material into finished goods for the all kinds of the product. This is the indirect expenses. Next one is the petrol expenditure. So the petrol expenditure, the diesel expenditure, 10 lakhs rupees incurred. That is for the operating the generator. Generators are being operated for supplying the power to the machines. Machines are being operated for the all kinds of the products. This is the indirect expenditure. These three are indirect nature. What is the meaning of indirect nature? Benefit is for the three kinds of product. For which function? Manufacturing function. This is called as 30 lakhs is called as a production overhead. Can I rate the total production overhead for the only for the first kind of product? No, it is the incorrect. 30 lakhs benefit is received by the three kinds of the product. 30 lakhs rupees to be out of 30 lakhs rupees, maybe 11 lakhs rupees here, maybe 9 lakhs rupees here, maybe 10 lakhs rupees. This is nothing but a charging of production overhead or the recovery of production overhead, absorption of the production overhead. Out of 30 lakhs rupees, how much to be added for the first product, how much to be added for the second product, how much to be added for the third product. That will be decided based on the concept of rules and regulations covered in the overhead chapter. Our fourth chapter is the overhead chapter. In that chapter, we will concentrate the how to charge the out of the total common cost, how to charge the overhead cost of each and every kind of product. We want to cover in the chapter of overhead chapter. That is the meaning of production overhead. Next one is the now adding the production overhead, charging the production overhead. And out of the total production overhead, some production overhead is charged to the one product. Next one, gross works cost. Works cost or the factory cost or the manufacturing cost or the production cost, all are the same. What is the objective of the cost sheet? To ascertain the cost of the goods manufactured, complete units. This is the gross works cost means manufacturing process is the continuous process. By the time of preparation of the cost sheet, by the end of the period, some units might be complete units, some units might be incomplete units. In case of cost accounting, incomplete units are called as a what? Work in progress units. Add opening work in progress. This period opening work in progress means last period closing work in progress. Minus closing work in progress. What is the meaning of closing work in progress? Work started during the current period, but by the end of the current period, so these units are not completed. That cost is eliminated and transferred to the next year. We will get the factory cost of the completed units, manufacturing cost of the complete units. This is the total cost incurred for converting the raw material into finished goods. After raw material is being converting into finished goods, those finished goods you have to send to the selling department for the sales purpose. After raw material is being converting into finished goods, before sending those goods to the selling department, some other expenditure will be incurred. First expenditure is the quality control cost. So quality control cost will be incurred after completion of the production. Whether the production meets the required criteria or not, they will check. If the required criteria is not met, that is called as maybe defectives of the spoilage. In respect of spoilage of the defective, so rework is required. So now quality control cost will be incurred after completion of production to check whether the required criteria is satisfied or not. If the required criteria is satisfied, that will be sent to the selling department. Research and development. After quality control department checking the quality required, quality standards. So they will come to the conclusion that so many innovations are required, so many new features are required to be added. Then they will incur the research and development for adding the new features to the product or the services. Next one, administration overhead related to the production. Generally, management team is working for the two kinds of functions. One is the selling function as well as the production function. So how many kinds of total activities are there? Three kinds of activities. One is the manufacturing activities. Second one is the administration activities. Third one is the selling and distribution activities. This management team, these total managers, so are the total directors. They are working for manufacturing activities and selling and distribution activities. They are working for manufacturing activities as well as selling and distribution activities. Suppose if the management team, they are working only for the production activities. Suppose supplier is not cooperating with the production department. He is not supplying the raw material in time. The raw material is not being supplied in time. What will happen? Stock out situation. Production department activities may be interrupted. So that's why, supplier is not cooperating with the production department. So production department make the complaint to the courier the complaint to the board of directors of the management team. So here one member of the management team, he is talking to the supplier. He is spending the time only for the production department work, for streamlining the production activities. And so if any fees are the special remuneration paid to the director for streamlining the activities with regard to the production activities, that is called as that remuneration is nothing but a administration overhead incurred only for the production activities. If any that kind of expenditure incurred, that is called as administration overhead related to the production activity. Next one is the credit for recoveries of scrap or the byproducts. What is the meaning of scrap? Raw material residue arising from the production process. Suppose one of the raw material is the iron is the one of the raw material. We have introduced the 1,000 tons of the raw material into the production process. So in the process of the production process, we have consumed the 950 tons we have consumed, or 990 tons we have consumed. 10 tons are the small pieces are resulting into that is not possible to reuse. These 10 tons may be sold in the outside market, maybe some amount might be realizing. That amount will be subtracted from the total factory cost in order to get the overall cost of production. What is the meaning of scrap? Scrap means raw material. Scrap means raw material residue arising from the production process. We are supplying how many tons of raw material into the production process? Maybe 1,000 tons. So in the production process, how many tons are consumed? 990 tons are consumed. Remaining 10 tons are balance is unable to be consumed. That will be sold in the outside market. Maybe small amount might be realizing. That amount will be subtracted from the overall factory cost. Credit for recoveries of the scrap or the byproducts. Next one is the packing cost, primary packing cost. So there are the two kinds of what is the meaning of the packing cost? The cost which is incurred for covering the product. The cost which is incurred for covering the product is called as a packing cost. Packing are the two types of the packing, primary packing and secondary packing. What is the meaning of primary packing? The covering cost that is incurred for protecting the quality of the product. Protecting the quality of product is called as a primary packing. Primary packing is the part of the cost of production. Secondary packing is the part of the selling and distribution overhead. So then we'll get the cost of production. This is the total cost incurred for by the time of reaching the goods to the selling department for selling of the goods is called as a cost of production. Opening stock of finished goods. These are produced during the last year but not sold during the current year, available for sale during the current year. Minus closing stock of the finished goods. What is the meaning of closing stock of the finished goods? Produced during the current period but not sold during the current year. That will be sold during the next year. Then we'll get the cost of the goods sold. Cost of production. What are the cost of production? Total production cost incurred for goods produced. Cost of production plus opening stock of finished goods is called as a cost of production plus opening stock of finished goods is called as a total goods available for sale. How many units are produced during the current year? 10,000 units are produced during the current year. How many units are Opening stock of finished goods 1000. This 10,000 plus 1000 is nothing but a 11,000 is what? Available for sale. So here the out of 11,000, 950 not sold. So then what will get? 10,050 is the sold item. Production item plus opening stock is called as a number of units available for sale minus less closing stock of the finished goods will get the cost of the goods sold. Administration overhead, general administration overhead. General administration overhead means administration overhead incurred for the, so not for the one function, all the functions, selling function as well as the selling function as well as the production function. Next one is the marketing overhead, selling and distribution overhead. Then the selling overhead as well as the distribution overhead will get the cost of sales. Generally, students will have the doubts with regard to the segregation of the direct expenditure. In our study material, they have given the expenses, they have given the list of examples for the direct expenses. What is the meaning of direct expenses? The benefit of expenses only for the one kind of the product. And students will be confused with the list of examples for the factory overhead. In our study material, they have given the list of examples for the factory overhead also. So please try to remember the list of examples for the which are in the nature of direct expenditure. Please try to remember the list of examples for the factory overhead or the production overhead. Please go through the question number 1. I have added the 2 questions with regard for revision of the cost sheet. I have added the 2 questions with regard to the cost sheet. First question is the 2026 January question, very recent examination question. Please go through the format of the cost sheet. Format of what is the meaning of the cost sheet? Cost sheet is a statement which is prepared for the ascertainment of the cost of product, ascertainment of the cost of product manufactured and sold, or cost sheet is prepared for the ascertainment of the cost of services rendered. In case of manufacturing organizations, in the cost sheet, we want to show the total cost into 3 category cost. One is the manufacturing cost, second one is the administration cost, third one is the selling and distribution cost. So the fundamental assumptions are manufacturing cost are the 2 categories, direct and indirect. Administration is assumption is the total cost is the indirect only. Benefit is for the more than the one kind of the product. Selling and distribution assumption is also always a indirect cost. Cost sheet format is the direct material plus direct labor plus direct expenses, prime cost plus production overhead, gross factory cost plus opening work in progress minus closing work in progress, works cost of the factory cost plus quality control cost, research and development cost, administration or related to production minus sale of scrap. Next one is the primary packing cost. Then we'll get the cost of production plus opening stock of finished goods minus closing stock of finished goods. We'll get the cost of goods sold. Next one is the general administration overhead. Administration overhead incurred for the all kinds of functions, for controlling the all for planning the all kinds of activities, either manufacturing activities and selling and distribution activities. Next one is the selling and distribution overhead. Selling overhead as well as the distribution overhead. Then we'll get the overall cost of sales. Next one is the question number 1. After adding the profit to the cost of sales, we'll get the sales value or the selling price. 2026 January 9 marks question. In case of cost and management accounting, so no ABC analysis, each and every chapter having the equal importance. But in the maybe in case of tax, maybe in other subject, the faculties can make the ABC analysis based upon the analysis of the previous examination paper. But in case of our cost and management accounting, each and every chapter having the equal weightage. Dole Makers Limited sold. Dole Makers Limited sold 6,000 units of the musical instrument of Dolak. What is the name of the product? Dolak is the name of the product. How many units sold? 6,000 units are sold. So each and every point is important here. The sold, please try to underline the 6,000 units. In final examination also, wherever the amounts are there, where the units are there, please try to underline. So while solving the questions, now we no need to, so we can easily remember that important information. The cost data for the year ended 31st March 2025 is as follows. Cost data for the year ended, underline the year. If any information given in terms of the month wise, we have to consider the 12 months. Suppose if they have given the quarter information, we have to consider the 3 months information. This is the year ended. Next one is the expenses paid for pollution control and maintenance. In our cost sheet, which category this one? We have the how many categories are there? Direct material, direct labor, direct expenses. Next one is the production overhead. So next one is the quality control. Next one is the research and development. Next one is the administration related to the production. Next one is the primary packing. Next one is the general administration. Next one is the selling and distribution. Total 10 categories only on the face of the cost sheet. Expenses paid for pollution control and maintenance. This is classified as a production overhead because list of examples are given in our study material. As per our study material, as per the examples which are covered in the study material, pollution control activities cost is the production overhead. Please go through your handout. I have added the examples for the production overhead. Students are confused with the list of category of classification of expenditure. This classification of expenditure on the face of cost sheet, this should be classified under the production overhead. In the page number handout, in the handout page number 2, here I have added the examples for the list of examples for the list of examples for the list of examples for the factory overhead. ఇదిగో అమ్మ ఇక్కడ ఉంది కదమ్మా, పొల్యూషన్ కంట్రోల్ ఉంది కదా తల్లి. ఇదిగో లాస్ట్ వన్ ఐ అమ్మ, సర్వీస్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ కాస్ట్ సచ్ యాజ్ a tool room, engineering and maintenance, pollution control etc. is classified as a production overhead. We have to remember these 10 items and so 8 items which are examples for the direct expenses covered in the study material. Students sometimes they are classifying it as a some administration overhead, maybe part of the direct expenditure, but we have to classify it as a, we have to follow the instructions given in the study material. Production overhead. Expenses paid for the quality control check activities, quality control cost. Lease rent for production asset, this is the production overhead. Please go through list of examples given in the lease rent paid for the production assets. What is the example for that? We require some welding mission. We have taken the welding mission on what basis? Rental basis. In our study material, what they are saying that if any asset that is required for the doing the production activities, if that is taken on the lease basis, if you pay the lease rent, that is called as a production overhead. So please go through the lease rent of the production asset. We have to remember that one, otherwise cost sheet presentation will be false. So even though we know the knowledge, we should know the segregation, we should know the classification of given expense also. Okay, next one. Please try to remember these 10 items. Next one is the lease. Hire charges paid for the hiring of specific equipment, part of the direct expenditure. Please go through the category of direct expenditure, bro. Hire charges paid for the hiring of specific equipment. They will give only these items, only they will give. If you go through the previous 10 examination papers or the 15 examination papers, only these items only they are giving. Next one, primary packing cost. We have the separate segregation on the face of the cost sheet. Direct labor wages, direct labor cost. Fees paid for the technical assistance, direct expenses. Please go through the given list. Fees paid for the technical assistance and know-how given as a category under the direct expenditure. Suppose, so students can argue, sir, these technical assistance we have taken for the all kinds of product, benefit is for the all kinds of product. So even if you are arguing also, that argument is not valid. Why? Because list of examples are given in the study material. As per study material only we have to go, we have to prepare the cost sheet. Next one is the opening stock of finished goods. 10 lakh 10,000. How many number of units? 20,000 units. Closing stock of finished goods not given. Number of units are given but not given. What is the cost of production? Cost of production is the 27 lakh 50. This is the additional information. Actually cost of production we have to calculate, but they have given the additional information, means one item is missing information. Which item is missing information? So far direct material cost information not given. So in the cost sheet, balancing figure is nothing but a cost of raw material consumed. Next one, one additional information given means one main part information will be missing. What is the labor paid? 1,000 rupees per labor hour. Specific equipment is added for the number of labor hours worked. And specific equipment cost is based on labor hours. So please go through the specific equipment cost. Specific equipment cost. How much is specific equipment cost? 315 rupees per hour. Direct labor cost is what? 1,000 rupees per hour. What is the total direct expenditure? Direct labor expenditure 6 lakhs rupees. How did they pay? 1,000 rupees per hour. So direct wages are paid for how many hours now? 6 lakhs rupees divided by 1,000 rupees per hour. So therefore we paid the direct labor cost for how many hours? 600 hours. For how many hours? 600 hours. Like that they will give indirectly. The company follows the first in first out method for closing stock valuation. What is the meaning of first in first out? First, whenever there is a more than one lot is there is a concept of first in first out, last in first out, weighted average method. Weighted average method. So we have to, for calculation of the value of closing stock of finished goods, which method we have to follow? FIFO method. Selling and distribution overhead is the 25 rupees per dollar. Profit is 20% on sales. 20% on sales can also be called as a 25% on the cost, or we can calculate by assuming the tax. You are required to. So profit is 20% on sales means 80% of the sales is what? Cost of sales. 80% of sales is the cost of sales. You are required to calculate cost of raw material consumed. You are required to prepare the cost sheet showing raw material consumed, prime cost, works cost of the factory cost of goods sold, cost of sales, and net profit and sales. Okay, first you have to remember the format and classification of expenses also. Which item to be treated as a direct material, which item to be classified as direct wages, direct expenses, production overhead. That segregation is also, identification is also very, very important. Please try to remember these two lists. One list is the list of expense of production overhead, list of expense of the direct expenses. Generally students are confused with these two list of expenses. Please try to remember, so try to remember at least each and every word. In case of direct expenses, utilities, one important word. Next one is the royalty. Next one is the hire charges, technical assistance, amortization of molds pattern. Like that, please try to remember. Now we want to solve. మీరు కూడా చేయండి, నాతో పాటు చేస్తే ప్లీజ్ ట్రై టు. సో ఇట్ విల్ బి లైక్ ఏ ప్రాక్టీస్. కాస్ట్ షీట్ ఫర్ ద ఇయర్ ఎండింగ్. Cost sheet for the year ending. Cost sheet for the year ending 31st March 2025. So particulars and amount. Particulars and amount. In examination, no need to use the pencil. Directly we can use the scale for the drawing the vertical line. Don't waste the time. Particulars and amount. First one is the, what is the meaning of direct material? What is the meaning of direct materials are? Cost of raw material consumed. In the given question, cost of raw material consumed will be taken as what? Balancing figure, because they have given the one additional information. What is the additional information they have given? Cost of production. Next one is the direct wages. How much is direct wages? 6 lakhs rupees. Per hour how much? 1000 rupees. So therefore, 600 hours at the rate of 600 hours at the rate of the 1000 rupees per hour. At the rate of 1000 rupees per hour. This number of hours information is required for calculation of direct expenses. Next one is the direct expenses. How many transactions? At payment of right is the one transaction, payment of lease rent is the one transaction, payment of hire charge is the one transaction. So there is more than one transaction which is in the nature of the direct expenses. We can make the inner column also for making the calculations in the cost sheet itself. So in the given example, more than one transaction which is the nature of direct expenses. First transaction is what? Now, hire charges paid for the hiring of specific equipment. Hire charges of specific equipment. Hire charges of specific equipment. 600 hours into, for each and every hour how much they paid? 315 rupees per hour. 600 into. In our revision classes, I will explain the total 60 to 70 questions. I will explain. Even if you prepare only the 60, 70 questions also, we can minimum score the 50 to 60 marks. We can easily score. Hire charges of the specific equipment. 600 into 315. How much? 1,89,000. Sorry. Don't write outside, outer column. So write in the inner column. 1,89,000. Why? Because one more transaction is in the nature of direct expenditure. Please let me know what is the other transaction which is in the nature of direct expenses. Fees paid for the technical assistance. Fees paid for technical assistance. Fees paid for the technical assistance. How much fees paid for the technical assistance? 1,26,000. Is there any other transaction which will be in the nature of direct expenditure? No. Only two items are given in the question. Cheppamma, add these to 3 lakh, 3,15,000. So now we'll get the prime cost. For the timing, we cannot write the prime cost because one missing information is there. What is that? Direct material or the cost of raw material consumed. We know that. We don't know. That's why we cannot write the prime cost. Leave it. After reaching the cost of production, then we'll find out the, based on reverse calculation, we can find out the cost of raw material consumed. Prime cost plus production overhead of the works overhead cost. Production overhead of the works overhead cost. While preparing the cost sheet in our regular classes also, so many times I mentioned that while preparing the cost sheet, what is assumption? Organization is manufacturing the so many products, so many variety of products, but they have given the only one kind of information. And out of the total production overhead, share of production overhead for this product was given. That kind of assumption we have to take. First one, what are the first expenditure, first transaction which is in the nature of production overhead? Expenses paid for pollution control and maintenance. Pollution control expenses. How much pollution control expenses? 93,400. 93,400. Next expenditure which is in the nature of production overhead. Lease rent for production assets. Why we are classifying this one? Because the list of expenses given in our ICA study material, ICA material. Lease rent of production assets. Lease rent of production assets. How much is the lease rent of production assets? Lease rent of production assets is the 1,20,000. 1,20,000. Lease rent of production assets. What are the total? Is there any transaction which is the nature of? Is there any transaction is the nature of production overhead? Any other transaction? No, only two transactions which are in the nature of production overhead. One is the production of pollution control expenses. Other one is the lease rent of the production assets. What is the sum of these two? 2,13,400. So then we'll get the gross factory cost. Gross factory cost. Gross factory cost. For the timing, we cannot write the gross factory cost. Plus opening work in progress. Given in the question. I think given, not given. Given. Work in progress information is not given in the question. The work in progress information is not given in the question. No need to write. If the particular item is not there, no need to write. Exact total format is not required to be done. Based on the given information, if particular item is not given, no need to write. Gross factory cost or factory cost. Plus quality control cost. One transaction is in the nature of quality control cost. What is the one transaction? Expenses paid for quality control check activities. Expenses paid for quality control check activities. Expenses paid for quality control check activities. How much? 70,000. Only one transaction is there. Next one is the any research and development. No research and development. Any administration overhead related to production. No administration overhead related to production. Any, suppose if the any administration overhead, they are saying that 20% of factory cost, 30% of factory cost. If the administration overhead expressed in terms of the percentage of factory cost, assumption is that administration related to production, but that kind of expenditure is not given. So next one. First one is the quality control is added. No expenditure in the nature of research and development. No expenditure in the nature of administration or related to production. So any scrap, sale of scrap, no sale of scrap. But primary packing cost expenditure is given in the question. How much is the primary packing cost? 51,600 plus So primary packing cost. How much is the primary packing cost? Primary packing cost is the 51,600 is the primary packing cost. Then we'll get the cost of production. Then we'll get the cost of production. Then we'll get the cost of production. But cost of production information given in the question 27,50,000. This is already given in the question. Given in the question. Go to the reverse calculation. Go to the reverse calculation. Then how much is the gross factory cost of the gross factory cost now? 27,50,000 minus 51,600 minus 70,000. While going for the reverse calculation, if any item is already added, that will be subtracted. If any item is subtracted, that will be added. 27,50,000 minus 51,600 minus 70,000. What are the gross factory cost? 26 lakhs. 26 lakhs 28,400. 26 lakhs 28,400. Now go to the reverse calculation here. 26 lakhs 28,400 minus 2 lakh 13,400. What are the prime cost? 24 lakh 15,000. 24 lakh 15,000. 24 lakh 15,000. 24 lakh 15,000 minus 3 lakh 15,000 minus 6 lakhs. Amma? 24 lakh 15,000 minus 3 lakh 15,000 minus 6 lakhs rupees. 15 lakhs. ఏంట్రా చెప్పండ్రా రౌండ్ ఫిగర్ 15 lakhs. 15 lakhs is the cost of raw material consumed of the direct material. So go to the cost of production plus opening stock of finished goods plus opening stock of finished goods. What are the opening stock of finished goods? Number of units are opening stock of finished goods. Number of units already given in the question. How many units? 2,000 units. How much? What is the total cost? 10 lakh 10,000 minus closing stock of finished goods minus closing stock of finished goods. How many closing stock of finished goods? 1,000 units. We have to calculate the closing stock of the finished goods. So we want to working note number 1. What is the working note number 1? Calculation of the value of the closing stock of the finished goods. That value of the closing stock of finished goods you have to calculate based on which method? FIFO method. First in, first out method. Please leave the 7 to 8 lines gap or the 10 lines gap. Go to the calculation working note number 1. Calculation of value of the closing stock of the finished goods. Working note number 1. Calculation of value of closing stock of the finished goods. Calculation of the value of the closing stock of the finished goods. Calculation of the value of the closing stock of the finished goods. Calculation of value of the closing stock of the finished goods. First one. Number of units sold. Number of units sold already given in the question. Number in the first paragraph, first sentence itself. What is the number of units sold? 9,000 units. Sorry, sir. Number of units sold is the 6,000. What is the universal formula for the number of units sold? Opening stock of finished goods plus number of units produced minus closing stock of finished goods. అంతే కదా. Opening stock of finished goods plus number of units produced is nothing but a number of units available for sale minus closing stock of finished goods means number of units not sold. Available for sale minus number of units not sold. You will get the number of units sold. So 6,000. What is the opening stock of finished goods? 2,000 plus number of units produced minus closing stock of finished goods is the 1,000. Then what will you get? Therefore, number of units produced is equal to. Therefore, number of units produced is equal to 6000 minus 2000 plus 1000. Therefore, what is the number of units produced now? 5000 is the number of units produced. Number of units produced information is not given. They have given the cost of production of how much? 27,50,000. The 27,50,000 incurred for how many units produced? Not specified in the question. Number of units produced is equal to 5000 units. What is the lot number 1? Lot number 1, opening stock. Opening stock, how many number of units? 10 lakh. 10 lakh, 10,000 is the cost of how many number of units? 2000 units. First lot. This is the first lot now. What is the second lot? Lot number 2. What is the lot number 2? Production lot. What is the number? What is the production lot? What is the total cost of production? 27,50,000. 27,50,000. How many number of units? 5,000 units. What is the total number of units available now? 7,000 units are available. First lot is the opening stock of 2,000. Second lot is the production of 5,000. How many units are available now? 7,000 units are available. Out of 7,000 units available, how many units are sold? 6,000 units are sold. Which method they are saying that? FIFO method. First lot of 2,000 is sold. From the second lot, how many units are sold? 4,000 are sold. So therefore, closing stock of 1,000 from which lot? Second lot. So therefore, cost of closing stock of finished goods is equal to 27,50,000 divided by 5,000 into 1,000. We are calculating based on which method? FIFO method. First in, first out. If there is only one lot, there is no concept of FIFO, LIFO, weighted average. If there is more than one lot, there is a concept of FIFO, LIFO and weighted average. Same kind of concept. So you may come across in case of AS 13, investment accounting. In accounts, advanced accounting. 27,50,000 divided by 5,000 into 1,000. How much, sir? చెప్పండి అమ్మ, తొందరగా అయిపోతుంది కదా, చెప్పండి. నా క్యాలిక్యులేటర్ ఇవ్వండి, లేకపోతే ఒక క్యాలిక్యులేటర్ నాకు ఇవ్వండి, నేనైనా చేస్తాను. 5,50,000. Closing stock of finished goods is the 5,50,000. I think no other working note is required now. Only one working note. For this working note, I think they may give the weightage of the 1 mark separate. 1 mark they will give. Ante in addition, not in addition to 9 marks. Within that 9 marks for this presentation, 1 mark as in the process of stepwise assignment of the stepwise marks. Completed. Yes. What are the closing stock of finished goods? 5,50,000. We'll get what? Cost of goods sold. Cost of goods sold of how many number of units? 6,000 units. 27,50,000 minus plus 10,10,000 minus 5,50,000. So 32 lakh. 32 lakhs 10,000. 10,000 plus any general administration overhead. I think no general administration overhead. If the particular item is not there, no need to write. I think no general administration overhead. Undamma? Ledu kada. No general administration. Then selling and distribution overhead. Selling and distribution overhead. They are saying that selling and distribution overhead cost is 25 rupees per dollar sold. How many sold? 6,000 sold. 6,000 into 25. How much? 1,50,000. Then we'll get the cost of sales. 32 lakh 10,000 plus 1,50,000. So 33 lakh 60,000. 33 lakh 60,000 plus adding the profit. How much profit they are saying that? 20% of the sales. Sales లో 20% profit అయితే 80% ఏమవుతుంది? Cost. This cost of sales is equal to what? 80. This profit is equal to what? 20. Then we'll get the sales. We know the 80%. So profit is what? 33 lakhs 60,000 divided by 80 into 20. Divided by 80 into 20. 3 lakh 8 lakhs 40,000. What are the sales now? 42 lakhs. 42 lakhs. How did he get the profit? 33 lakh 60,000 divided by 80 into 20. Sales is taken as 100, then cost of sales is taken as a 80, profit is taken as a 20, because they are saying that profit is 20% of sales, cost is 80% of the sales. We know the 80%, so we can find out the 20%. For the calculation of profit, separate working note is not required. That is the first part, the first question. Please go to the second question. Second question is the 2025. I have taken the last two, very recent 2 attempts. Question number 2, that is the in the attempt of 2025 September, cost sheet question was given as a case scenario question. Case scenario question. Question number 2. Second question. Only 2 questions I avoided for the revision purpose. One is the regular question, other descriptive question. Second one is the case scenario question, 10 marks question, that was given in the 2025 September. The following information pertains to the, after this one I will give the short break. The following information pertains to the ABC Limited for the period 1st April 2024 to 31st March 2025. Royalty paid for the production. Royalty paid for the production is classified as a direct expenses. Amount paid for the power and fuel classified as a direct expenses. You can go through the list. How many list of examples are given for the direct expense in our study material? 8 examples are given, A to H. Power and fuel is what? Direct expenses. Next one, packing cost for redistribution of finished goods. So, part of the selling and distribution overhead. Second, for distribution, for easily handling of the goods. Repairs and maintenance paid for the plant and machinery. Production overhead, sales office building, selling and distribution overhead. Insurance premium paid for the plant and machinery, production overhead. Research and development cost, we know that. Now, separate. Depreciation on office building. So, general administration overhead. General administration overhead. Next one, salary paid to the general manager, administration overhead. Salary and bonus paid to the sales and marketing staff, selling and distribution. Receipts from sale of scrap. We know that separate adjustment after the factory cost minus. Value of stock on 31st April 2024. Value of stock on 1st April. And opening stock of material, opening stock of finished goods. Opening stock of value of opening stock of finished goods is not given in the question. Value of closing stock on 31st March. Raw material given, work in progress given, but closing stock of finished goods value not given. We have to find out. Raw material purchased for 15,000 case at the rate of purchase 300 rupees per kilo. Freight inward is 4% of the cost of raw material purchased. Freight inward treatment is what? Treated as a part of the cost of raw material consumed. Next one, wages paid to the factory worker 30% of raw material consumed. Closing stock of finished goods was 9,90,000 more than the opening stock of finished goods. Average stock of finished goods is 11,55,000. Next one, sales during the period is 1 crore 10 lakhs rupees. On the basis of above case scenario, you are required to answer the following 1 to 5. If you want to answer the MCQs, 5 MCQs, first you have to prepare the cost sheet. Suppose in your coming examination also, if the cost sheet is given as a case scenario, don't read the first MCQs. Unnecessarily time waste process. First prepare the cost sheet, roughly prepare. So in the last paper of that booklet, so then concentrate the MCQs. Otherwise, time waste process. Now start. Please try to remember the given information. Read the 2-3 times, minimum 2-3 times read the question. Even it is a short question or the long question before. So writing the answer, read the question for number of at least for 2 to 3 times. We will remember the information. Even though if you know the concept, even though one item is missing while presenting the answer, total answer gone. Unnecessarily, and anyway you will get the stepwise marks. Unnecessarily, so now the potential marks will be lost if you don't remember the given information. First one. So I am not writing the format of cost sheet for the year ending like that. I am not writing. You know the format. So first one is the diet material. What is the meaning of diet? I am maintaining the one more inner column for the calculation purpose. Particulars, amount and amount. So diet material. What is the meaning of diet materials? I will write. So particulars. So amount. So I am maintaining the additional column for the calculation purpose. What is the meaning of diet material? Cost of raw material Cost of raw material consumed. Cost of raw material consumed. Opening stock of raw material. Opening stock of raw material already given in the question. What is opening stock of raw material? Opening stock of raw material. What about the opening stock of raw material, sir? 5 lakhs. Opening stock of raw material is the 5 lakhs plus purchase of raw material. Given as additional information, purchase. Raw material purchased were 15,000 K at the rate of 300. So 15,000 K at the rate of 300. Entamma? How much? 45 lakhs. Plus freight charges. Plus freight charges. Any expenditure incurred for bringing the raw material from supplies place to our place, that will be part of the cost of raw material consumed. That is clarification given in the study material. How much freight charges? 4% of the raw material purchased. So 45 lakhs. 45 lakhs into 4%. How much? Only freight charges somehow. If you have the calculator నాకు ఇచ్చండి, నేను ఫాస్ట్ చేసేస్తాను. టైం వేస్ట్ అవ్వకుండా ఉంటుంది. ఎంతమ్మా? 1,80,000. Next one is the minus closing stock of raw material, already given in the question. What is the closing stock of raw material? 1,10,000 minus 1,10,000. Amma? 50,70,000 cost of raw material consumed. Second one is the direct wages. In the additional information, what did they say? Wages paid to the factory work, 30% of raw material consumed. So 50,70,000. 50,70,000 into 30%. Directly we can write in the outer column. Amma? 15 lakhs. 21,000. So direct expenses. How many transactions which are in the nature of direct expenses? I think 2 transactions. One is the royalty. In regular classes, I explained what is the meaning of royalty. Consideration paid to the other party because allowing the organization, permitting the organization to use their innovation right. Their innovations are the technological rights or production rights. Royalty paid for the product. First one is the royalty paid for production. Royalty paid for production. How much is the royalty paid for the production? 7,76,400. Next one, amount paid for power and fuel. Amount paid for power and fuel. Some students will be confused with the, some students, majority of the students. So we'll classify this item as a part of production overhead. So their analysis, their logic is correct only. But in our study material specifically given the examples that power and fuel and utilities are treated as a direct expenses. So if you want to, so I will show you also. I have taken this list from our study material. Production overhead. Cost of utilities. Cost of utilities such as a power, fuel and steam, etc. That's why we are following with the study material rules and regulations only. You have to follow. If no clarity in the study material, we can take the assumption. Then for assumption, there is a validity. If the particular, with regard to any unclear items or the uncertain items, some clarifications or assumptions are given in the study material, we have to follow those assumptions only. Next one. What are some of these two? 9,91,600. Then we'll get the prime cost. 75,82,600 plus production overhead. I think more than one transaction, that is the nature of production overhead. Yes. Repairs and maintenance for plant and machinery. So repairs and maintenance for the plant and machinery. How much? 65,000. Next one is insurance premium paid for the plant and machinery. Insurance premium for, so plant and machinery is the 1,17,520. Research and development separate segregation is the depreciation office building not, salary paid to general manager no, salary and bonus to the marketing staff no, scrap, that's it. No, only two transactions, only two transactions. What are the sum of these two transactions? Amma 1,82,520. So then we'll get the gross factory cost because work in progress information given in the question, gross factory cost. 77 lakh 65,120. 77 lakh 65,120. And if I want to revise the only cost and management accounting only from theory point of view, so now it will take only 3 hours to revise all the revision of the EOQ 10 minutes, revision of the ABC analysis 10 minutes, revision of invent turnover ratio 10 minutes. But if you solve the, because our paper is the total 100 marks paper is the, so problematic paper. So you have to write the, we have to make the calculations. Gross factory cost plus opening work in progress. Opening work in progress already given in the question 8,40,000 minus closing work in progress. Incomplete units. Closing work in progress is the minus 6,50,000. We'll get the, so factory cost. 79,55,120. 79,55,120. Plus any quality control cost given in the question? I think no quality control cost given. Research and development cost is given in the question. Research and development for, research and development cost for improvement of the production process. So improvement for production process, improvement for the production process. Improvement for the production process, how much? 17,800. After research and development, administration award related to production. No expenditure in the nature of administration award related to production. Minus sale of scrap. Minus sale of scrap. How much is the sale of scrap? Receipts from sale of scrap waste generated during the period. Minus 20,000. I think no primary packing. Primary packing cost also not given in the question. We'll get the cost of production. We'll get the cost of production. 79 lakh 52,920 plus opening stock of finished goods not clearly given minus closing stock of finished goods also not clearly given. So working note number 1. Opening stock of finished goods and closing stock of the finished goods. Opening stock of finished goods and closing stock of the finished goods. What? Here itself I want to calculate opening stock of finished goods and closing stock of finished goods, otherwise working note. Now calculation of value of opening stock and opening stock of finished goods and value of closing stock of the finished goods. How much average stock given in the question? Average stock of finished goods already given in the question. What is the average stock of the finished goods given in the question? 11 lakh. Fourth item, fourth additional information, 11 lakh 55,000. I am assuming that X is the opening stock of finished goods. Therefore, closing stock of finished goods is equal to what they are saying, that closing stock of finished goods was 9 lakhs more than the opening stock of finished goods. So therefore, X plus 9 lakhs. So average stock formula is the opening stock plus closing stock divide 9 lakh. 9 lakh 90,000. 11,55,000 is equal to opening stock plus closing stock divided by 2. So therefore 11,55,000 is equal to opening stock is the X, closing stock is X plus 9,90,000 divided by 2. If we simplify this one, 2 comes this side, then 11,55,000 becomes what? 20, 20 to 23 lakhs, 23 lakhs 10,000 is equal to 2x plus 9,90,000. So 9,90,000. Therefore, so 2x is equal to, otherwise directly I am writing x is equal to 23 lakhs 10,000 minus, so 9,90,000 divided by 2. 6 lakhs. 6 lakhs 60,000. So therefore, opening stock of finished goods is equal to, opening stock of finished goods is equal to 6 lakh 60. Closing stock of finished goods is equal to, so 6 lakh 60,000 plus so 9 lakh 90,000. Therefore, closing stock of finished goods how much amma? 16 lakh 50,000. Completed? Yes. Go to the cost sheet. What are the opening stock of finished goods? Entamma? 6 lakhs 60,000. Closing stock of finished goods minus 9 lakh 90,000. We'll get the cost of goods sold. How much is the cost of goods sold? 60. No, closing stock's wrong. 15 lakh, 16 lakhs 50,000. So what are the cost of goods sold? 69 lakh 62,920 plus general administration overhead. I think more than one transaction, that is the nature of general administration overhead. First transaction that is the nature of general administration overhead is the first transaction, insurance, research and all, depreciation of the office building. So depreciation of the office building. So depreciation of the office building is the 75,500. Next one, salary paid to the, salary to general manager, salary to general manager. Salary to general manager is the 15 lakh 50,000. What are the total? 16 lakhs 25,500 plus selling and distribution overhead. Selling and distribution overhead. Now here also we can make the one more segregation. Selling is separated, distribution, but not that much of segregation not required here. Packing cost for redistribution of the goods. Generally that is the nature of distribution. Otherwise we will practice that selling separately, distribution separately. Packing cost, the redistribution of the goods is the distribution. Sales office building is the sales. So here selling expenses. Once again I am making a segregation for practice purpose. Selling expenses, sales office building rent. How much is the sales office building rent? Sales office building rent is the 80,000. Next one, tarvata depreciation of office minus salary and bonus to sales and marketing staff. Salary and bonus to sales and sales staff. Sales staff. How much? 11 lakh 40,000. 11 lakh 40,500. Any other? No. Turn page. No. What are the sum of these two? 12 lakhs 20,500. Next one is the distribution expenses. Next one is the distribution expenses. Distribution expenses are packing cost paid for redistribution of finished goods. Packing cost for redistribution of the goods. How much packing cost paid for redistribution of the goods? Only one item. Only one item. How much that one? 70,500. Outer column also 70,500. Then we'll get the cost of sales. So cost of sales. How much is the cost of sales? 98 lakhs. Round figure. 79,120. They are saying any profit they are saying that are directly given that. What are the sales? 1 lakh, 1 crore, 10 lakhs. Sales is the 1 crore, 10 lakhs. Difference is the profit. Profit is nothing but a balancing figure. What is the profit? 12, 11 lakhs, 20, 20,000, 080, 880, 420, 420. This one 580. Now try to answer the 5 MCQs. Now we can easily answer. Otherwise, if we consider the first MCQ, unnecessarily confusion, time waste process. Now at a stretch we can answer the 5 MCQs now. In the final examination also, if the case scenario given, ignore the MCQs. First present the total answer roughly. In our booklet, last 2-3 papers we can use for the rough. So then present the total roughly answer, then try to consider the MCQs, you can easily answer. Otherwise, if you consider each and every MCQ, time waste process. What are the first MCQ? What are the first MCQs, sir, in our question number 2, 2025 September paper? Employee cost. Already we calculated. What is the employee cost, sir? Employee cost is the 15 lakhs 21,000. What is the answer? A, B or C or D? What is the answer, sir? A. A is the answer. Second one, what is the prime cost? Already calculated. What is the prime cost, bro? 75 lakhs 82,600. Yes. 75 lakh 82,600. What is the answer? C. What is the factory cost? What is the factory cost? Already calculated. What is the factory cost? 75 lakh 79 lakh 55,120. 79 lakh 55,120. Fourth one, cost of goods sold. What is the cost of goods sold? 69 lakh 62,920. 69 lakh 62,920. C. What is amount of profit? What is amount of profit? 11 lakh 20,580. 11 lakh 20,580. Okay, no? Otherwise, unnecessarily time waste process. If you want to consider each and every MCQ, without even though it is a case scenario, we have to that is the main answer only. We have to present the total answer, but we have to present the total answer roughly present some. Next one. Second one is the revision of the material topic. Revision material topic also weightage is the 10 marks, 9 to 10 marks. They will give the 5 marks descriptive question to 1 or 2 MCQs they will give. Sorry, take 10 minutes or the 15 minutes break. After that, we'll start the revision. Half an hour. After that, we'll revise the material. For revision of material chapter, I will revise the total concept and so 1 or 2 questions with regard to MCQ, EOQ concept. 1 or 2 questions with regard to the ABC analysis, inventory turnover ratio and stock levels. Later, employee cost and overhead chapter. Sir. In case of our material chapter, there are the 2 topics covered. One topic is the procedure to be followed for calculation of cost per unit of material, this is unimportant from the examination point of view. If you analyze the previous 8 or 9 examination papers, so question not given from the procedure to be followed for calculation of cost per unit of raw material, please go through the regular notes if you have the time. So not much important from the examination point of view. Second one is the second topic covered is the inventory control technique or the material control technique. Inventory control technique or the material control techniques. So this is this concept is very important from the examination point of view. One more, we can categorize the one more topic to be covered in case of material, that is a stock out. Stock out also not much important from the examination point of view. So in our regular classes, one question was covered. I think 19th question or the 20 question as per our study, as per our Lakshya material. Now, here in our revision classes, we are going to cover the inventory control techniques. Inventory control technique is also called as a material control technique. There are the 4 material control techniques are there. One is the EOQ technique, stock levels, ABC analysis, and ITR, inventory turnover ratio, the stock turnover ratio. What is the meaning of material control? Material control means, what is the meaning of material control? Material control means planning, organizing and coordinating, and directing. Execution of the plan is nothing but organizing and coordinating, and so controlling, planning, organizing and coordinating, and controlling of activities in relation to procurement of material, storage of material, and issue of material. With regard to the functions of procurement of material, storage of material, and issue of material, so doing the planning, organizing and coordinating and controlling for the purpose of achieving the 2 objectives. One is the minimizing the material cost. Second one is the avoiding the stock out situation. What is the meaning of avoiding the stock out situation? Ensuring that continuous availability of raw material to the production department. Production department work should not be interrupted because of unavailability of raw material. In the organization, so many functional departments are there. One department is the stores department or the purchase department. One department is the production department. One department is the sales and marketing department, accounts and finance department. Several functional departments are there. The total concept of material chapter we want to revise. We want to understand from the department of stores department or the purchase department. So in case of very big organizations, there is separate stores department or the purchase department. What is the responsibility of the stores department or purchase department? They have the 3 functions are there. 3 activities generally they will carry out. One is the procurement of material. Next activity is the storage of raw material. Next activity is the issue of raw material to production department. We know the production department requires the raw material. Now in the process of performing these 3 functions, they are having the 2 objectives. One objective is the minimizing the material cost. Second objective is the avoiding the stock out situation. What is the meaning of avoiding the stock out situation? Purchase department or the stores department ensuring that continuous availability of raw material to the production department. If you take the example of the Bawachi Biryani Center, kitchen department is the production department. Stores department, what is the responsibility of the stores department? We know the kitchen department requires ingredients or the rice or the chicken or the salt or the oil. They should be in a position to supply the raw material. Kitchen department preparation of the food should not be stopped because of unavailability of the raw material. What are the objectives of the material control technique? Minimizing the material cost and avoiding the stock out situation. In order to achieve the objectives of minimizing the material cost and avoiding the stock out situation, 4 techniques are there. One technique is the EOQ, stock levels, inventory turnover ratio, and ABC analysis. First we will start the EOQ technique. What is the full form of the EOQ? Economic ordering quantity. Purchasing quantity, ordering quantity. Economic ordering quantity. Suppose, so if you take the year of 2024 and 25 year, production department is saying that they are sharing the information with the stores department that they are going to produce the 1,20,000 units of the so-and-so garments of the so-and-so product. For that, how many cases of raw material required? 3,60,000 cases of raw material. This 3,60,000 cases of raw material is called as a what? Annual consumption of raw material. For each and every consumption of raw material depends upon what? Volume of production. 20,000 kgs, 1,20,000 units into 3 kgs of raw material. What is the annual consumption? They are going to consume 3,60,000. They are sharing that kind of that information with the stores department. Which information they are sharing with the stores department? We are going to consume the 3,60,000. Please arrange. What is the responsibility of the stores department? They have to purchase 3,60,000 kgs and they have to store and they have to issue to the production department. It is the responsibility of the stores department to plan procurement, storage and issue. What is the annual consumption of raw material? 3,60,000 kgs. Not the 1 day consumption, not the 1 week consumption, not the 10 days consumption, 1 year consumption. Here, there is a concept of EOQ, economic ordering quantity. Suppose this is the 3,60,000 consumption from the April to next year March. Suppose in the April 1st itself, they purchase the 3,60,000 kgs. 3,60,000 kgs required for 1 year. But they are purchasing 3,60,000 kgs on the first day itself. Then what will be? That is called as they are purchasing the larger quantity of raw material. If they are purchasing the larger quantity of raw material, out of 3,60,000 kgs, first month how much they will consume? 30,000. 3,30,000 unnecessarily stored in the godown. Second month how much they will consume? 30,000. Consistent consumption. In this case, if you are purchasing the 3,60,000 kgs in the on the first day itself, what will be purchasing the higher quantity of raw material, resulting into more carrying cost. Carrying cost includes generally 3 elements. One is the storage cost. Second one is the more cost of investment. And if you want to store the 3,60,000 kgs, you have to invest the more amount for purchasing of material. After storing the more raw material, there is a more possibility for the more wastage. These three is called as a combination of these three is called as a carrying cost. Carrying cost means the cost incurred for holding the raw material from the rate of procurement till the time of issue of raw material to the production department. What is the total carrying cost here? If you are purchasing the higher quantity, our purchasing quantity is the higher quantity, more carrying cost. One more scenario is that suppose annual consumption is 3,60,000, but purchase department they came to conclusion that they want to purchase 10,000 kgs every time, not the 3,60,000, 10,000. So first they will purchase the 10,000 kgs. After consumption of 10,000, they will purchase the second time 10,000. Like if they want to purchase every time 10,000, how many times they have to purchase? 36 times they have to purchase. 36 times they have to arrange the transportation. 36 times they have to approach the supplier for supplying the raw material. 36 times they have to conduct the quality inspection. 36 times they have to arrange the loading and unloading expenditure. If you are purchasing the smaller quantity, more ordering cost. What is the meaning of ordering cost? The cost which is incurred for bringing the raw material from the supplier place to the our place. If you are purchasing the larger quantity, disadvantage is the more carrying cost. If you are purchasing the smaller quantity, disadvantage. If you are purchasing the smaller quantity, disadvantage is the more ordering cost. In order to minimize the ordering cost and carrying cost, there is a concept of the EOQ. What is the full form of the EOQ? Economic order quantity. What is the meaning of the EOQ? Quantity of raw material to be purchased by the stores department every time in order to minimize ordering cost and carrying cost. Every time, what is the quantity of raw material to be? Whenever the purchase department wants to purchase raw material, how much quantity of raw material they have to purchase every time? That is called as a EOQ. EOQ other names are the ordering size. One more name is the reorder quantity. Whenever they want to purchase the quantity, how much quantity they want to purchase in order to minimize the ordering cost and carrying cost. So now here, next one. There are the two methodologies of calculation of the EOQ. One is the formula method. Next one is the trial and error method or the tabular method. What is the formula method? EOQ is equal to square root of 2AO divided by C. What is the principle behind developing this formula? They have taken the annual ordering cost is equal to annual carrying cost. By simplifying that formula, they calculate they designed the formula for the EOQ as a square root of 2AO divided by C. What is the meaning of A? A is the annual consumption of raw material. Annual consumption of raw material depends upon what? Annual production of finished goods, annual production into raw material required per unit. Suppose Raymond's company, they want to manufacture the 50,000 shirts. For that, for each and every shirt, 3 meters of the cloth is required. So therefore, how many meters of the cloth they are going to consume? 1,50,000. Consumption of raw material depends upon the annual production. The formula for the annual consumption is equal to annual production into raw material required per unit. What is the meaning of O? Ordering cost per order. Ordering cost per order. Every time I am purchasing raw material from the supplier, in order to bring the raw material from supplier place to our place, what is the cost incurred for every time I am purchasing is called as a ordering cost per order. Ordering cost includes what? Transportation cost, loading and unloading charges. That is called as a handling cost. So next one is the cost of inspection. Cost of inspection. Purchase order preparation cost. Purchase order preparation cost. What is the meaning of purchase order preparation? So now for communicating the supplier, for sending the preparation of the list of raw material that is required. So and sending the list of raw material supplier and communicating the supplier, following up with the supplier whether he is supplying or not within the time or not. So for that cost is called as a purchase order preparation cost. Purchase order preparation cost is the combination of transportation cost, loading and unloading charges, cost of inspection. Next one is the purchase order preparation cost. C. What are the C? Carrying cost per unit per annum. C is the carrying cost per unit per annum. If you want, suppose we are purchasing one raw material by spending the 20 rupees. After purchasing of raw material, procurement of raw material by spending the 20 or 30 or 40 rupees by payment of the supplier, in order to store the 20 rupees worth of raw material in the godown throughout the year. If you want to store the 20 rupees worth of raw material from January 1st to 31st December or April 1st to 31st March of the next year, how much extra cost incurred is called as a carrying cost per unit per annum. Generally, carrying cost they want to express in terms of percentages. So formula for the carrying cost per unit per annum is the purchase price into percentage of carrying cost. Sometimes in the questions or examination, they will specify that carrying cost is the 10%. 10% of what? 10% of purchase price. Next one. Number of orders formula. Sorry, go through the one question. With that question, I will explain the other concepts. What is the meaning of EOQ? Ordering size. Every time, the purchase department want to procure the raw material. Every time, how much quantity of raw material they want to purchase. If they are purchasing the larger quantity, disadvantage is the carrying cost. If they are purchasing a smaller quantity, disadvantage is the more ordering cost. To minimize the ordering cost and carrying cost, there is a concept is called as a EOQ. Is also called as ordering size. There are two methodologies for calculation of the EOQ. One methodology is the formula method, square root of under root of 2AO divided by C. Second one is the trial and error method. When do you want to follow the trial and error method? When there are more than one alternative or the one purchase price. With the problem, we will explain. Please go through the material chapter. Question number 3. And in our revision classes, first two questions are cost sheet question. Third question is it was given in the 2025 September. How many marks question? 3 marks question. 3 marks question. A company manufactures electronic gadgets and uses a specialized component. Finished goods is the electronic gadget. Raw material is the so maybe motherboard or the maybe so other raw material. The company incurring a ordering cost of 1,250 per order. And in order to bring the purchased quantity of raw material from supplier place, how much cost incurred every time? 1,250. This 1,250 in our formula is the O. The carrying cost for storing a specialized component is the 25 rupees per unit. 25 rupees per unit per annum. It is given in the absolute amount, not in terms of percentage of the purchase price. The company annual production is the 90,000 gadgets. Each gadget requires one component for its assembly. For one component. You are required to calculate the economic ordering quantity. You are required to calculate the economic ordering quantity. What is the formula for the economic ordering quantity? Square root of 2A divided by C. A is the, how many A? What is the formula for the A? What is the formula for the calculation of EOQ? Calculation of EOQ. What is the A? A is the annual consumption of raw material. A is the annual consumption of raw material. Annual consumption of raw material formula is the annual production into raw material required per unit. Annual production into raw material required per unit. What the annual production year? 90,000. What are the component required per unit? 1. So therefore 90,000. Oh, ordering cost per order 1,250. C. Carrying cost per unit 25. So therefore EOQ is equal to 2 into, so 90,000 into 1,250 divided by 25. Every day how many components we want to purchase? 3,000 components. What are the total how many number of components are required? Total how many number of components are required? Total 90,000 components are required. But every time we want to purchase how many components? 3,000 components only we want to purchase. Irrespective of whether the ordering size is the more or the ordering size less, no change in the total annual consumption. This is the ordering size. We know the purchase department purchasing raw material. They will purchase every time 3,000 only they want to purchase. Number of orders. What is the formula for the number of orders? Annual consumption divided by ordering size. Annual consumption divided by ordering size. Annual consumption divided by ordering size. What is annual consumption here? 90,000. Every time how much we want to purchase? 3,000. How many times you want to purchase? 30 times you want to purchase. 30 orders or 30 times. What is the annual ordering cost? Annual ordering cost formula is the number of orders into ordering cost per order. What are the number of orders? 30 orders. What is the ordering cost per order? 3,000 rupees. What is the total? Total is the ordering cost per order. Number of orders 3,000. What is the ordering cost per order? 1,250. 37,500. What is the formula for the annual ordering cost? Number of orders into ordering cost per order. Next one is the frequency of order. Can anyone tell what is the frequency of order? Once in how many days you want to make the fresh order? Gap between the two orders. What is the frequency of order formula? 365 days divided by number of orders. 365 days divided by number of orders. How many orders? 30 orders is equal to 365 divided by 30. The number of orders 30 ne kada. Number of orders 30. What is the answer? 12.16. And once in how many days you want to purchase the new order? 12 point. If you purchase the 3,000 units, how long we can consume? 12 days we can consume. If you are purchasing 3,000. Like that, how many times you are purchasing? 30 times we are purchasing. Next one is the annual carrying cost. Carrying cost depends on what? Quantity of raw material stored in the godown is called as a carrying cost depends on what? Quantity of raw material stored in the godown. So average quantity of raw material stored in the godown is the half into ordering size. What is the ordering size? 3,000 kgs. At any point of time, what is the highest or the largest quantity of raw material that we can notice in the godown? Not more than 3,000. 3,000 is consumed for how long? 12 days are the approximate 12.16 days we can consume. What are the on an average? One day may be more quantity, one day may be less quantity. On an average, how many units we can notice in the godown? Half of the purchased quantity. On an average, what is the quantity of raw material stored in the godown? Half into ordering size 3,000. Average quantity is the 1,500. In order to store the each and every item, how much cost will be incurred? 25 rupees. What is the annual carrying cost formula? Half into ordering size into carrying cost per unit per annum. Half into ordering size represents what? Average stock of raw material stored in the godown. So half into ordering size is what? 3,000 into 25. 37,500. In case of EOQ policy, annual ordering cost is equal to what? Annual carrying cost. What is the total cost of raw material formula? Total cost of raw material. This is also called as a total inventory cost. Total cost of raw material formula is the total purchase price. Total purchase price plus annual ordering cost. Total purchase price plus annual ordering cost plus annual ordering cost plus annual carrying cost. Annual ordering cost plus annual carrying cost. Total cost of raw material formula is the total purchase price plus annual ordering cost plus annual carrying cost. Formula for the total cost of the raw material. In our 2025 September question, 3 marks question, what are the two sub questions? Calculate the EOQ and calculate the number of orders. EOQ is the 3000 units. Number of orders are the 30 orders. Next one. Next question. A company manufactures a special product which requires a component alpha. Alpha is the raw material. The following particulars are collected for the year 22-23. What is the annual demand of the alpha? 8th. This is nothing but a cost of placing an order 200 rupees per order. This is nothing but a what are the cost of per unit of alpha? This 400 is what? Purchase price. This 400 is nothing but a purchase price. What are the carrying cost? 20% of purchase price. So therefore carrying cost per unit per annum is the 400 into 20% is equal to 80 rupees. Is equal to 80 rupees. So now company has been offered a quantity discount of 4% of the purchase price. Provide ordering size the 4000 components. We'll see later this one. Now this is nothing but a discount is offered. What is the first part of the question? Compute the economic ordering quantity. So therefore EOQ is equal to 2 into 8000 into cost of placing an order 200 divided by 80. How much will get every time? 2 into 8000 into 200 divided by 80 is equal to every time how many units you want to purchase? 200 units you want to purchase every time. How much number of orders will get? Annual consumption 8000 divided by 200 is equal to 40 orders. Antena? 40 orders. 40 orders. What is the frequency of order? Gap between the two orders. Frequency. What is the formula for the frequency of orders? 365 days divided by number of orders of 40. Once in 9 days. 9.1. 9.1 days. And if you purchase the 200 units of raw material, that can be consumed for how many days? 9.1 days as per the EOQ. State whether the quantity discount can be accepted. State whether the quantity discount can be accepted. Now read the question. Company has been offered a quantity discount of 4% on the purchase alpha provided order size the 4000 components. What is our supplier is saying that if our ordering size is the 200 units, what is the purchase price per unit? 400 rupees is the purchase price per unit. How many orders? How many number of orders? 40 times we are purchasing. But our supplier is saying that if our ordering size is the 4000 units, instead of purchasing the 200 units, we want to purchase the 4000 units. If our ordering size is the 4000 units, what is the purchase price? 400 minus 4% discount. 384. 384. How many times you want to purchase? 2 times only you are purchasing. Once in 6 months we are purchasing. Previously once in 9 days. Ipudu once in 6 months. So shall we accept the offer that is given by the supplier? Yes, we want to calculate the total cost for the total inventory cost for the two alternatives. The alternative which will resulting into lower cost is the best alternative. So purchase price is the 400, purchase price is 384, number of orders are the 40 times, number of orders are the 2 times. What is the C? What is the meaning of C? Carrying cost per unit per annum. What is the formula for the carrying cost per unit per annum? Purchase price into percentage of carrying cost. 400 into 20% is equal to 80. Here 384 into 20%. 76.8. So here the first one is the total purchase price. Total purchase price. What is the total purchase price here? 8000 into 400. Whether we are purchasing 200 every time or the 4000 every time, total consumption, no difference in the total consumption. 8000 into 400. So 32 lakhs. Ikkada 8000 into 384. 8000 into 384. 30 lakh 72,000. Second one is the annual ordering cost. Second one is the annual ordering cost. What is the formula for the annual ordering cost? Number of orders into ordering cost per order. Here how many orders? 40 orders. What is the ordering cost per order? Ordering cost per order is the 200. 40 into 200 is the 8000. But how many orders? 2 orders. 2 orders into 200 is the 400. So third one is the annual. Third one is the annual carrying cost. Third one is the annual carrying cost. Third one is the annual carrying cost. What is the formula for the annual carrying cost? Half into ordering size into carrying cost per unit per annum. Here the half into 200 into 80 rupees. 8000. Here the half into 4000 into what is the carrying cost per unit per annum? 76.8. What is the annual carrying cost? Here the 8000 rupees. Here half into 4000 into 76.8. Give calculator. I will calculate. I will calculate here. This is a revision class. Now time is not sufficient for us. So now half into 4000. Half into 4000 into 76.8 is equal to 1,53,600. Then fourth one is the total cost. Total inventory cost of the total cost of raw material purchased. So what is the formula for the total cost of raw material purchased? Total purchase price plus annual ordering cost plus annual carrying cost. In case of first one, total cost of total inventory cost of the total cost of raw material purchased is the 1 plus 2 plus 3. So 32 lakhs. 32 lakhs. Now 32 lakhs plus 16,000 is equal to 32 lakhs 16,000. What is the second one? So 30 lakhs 72,000 plus, so 400 plus 1 lakh 53,600. What is the total? 32 lakhs 26,000. 32 lakhs 26,000. Shall we accept the quantity discount offer given by the supplier? We will not accept. If you are accepting, resulting into how much extra cost? 10,000 is the extra cost. So we will not accept the offer. This is called as a trial and error method. So next question. So next one is the next one also EOQ question only. The company manufactures this model question we can expect from the examination, this attempt or the next attempt. For every examination, for every attempt, this model question is important. Question number 5, revision material. Company manufactures a product from the raw material which is purchased at the rate of 60 rupees per kilo. Purchase price of raw material. The company incurs handling cost of 360 plus freight of 390 per order. So this 60 rupees is the purchase price of raw material. This 360 plus 390 is the ordering cost per order. Incremental carrying cost of inventory of raw material is 0.5 rupees per kilo per month. 0.5 per kilo per month. Per annum is the 6 rupees. In addition, the cost of working capital finance of investment of raw material is 9 rupees per kilo per annum. The annual production of the product is the 1 lakh units. Annual production 2.5 units are obtained from the 1 kg of raw material. Calculate the economic order quantity of raw material. Advise how frequently should the order for procurement be placed. If the company proposes to rationalize the placement of orders on quarterly basis, what percentage discount in the price of raw material should be negotiated? So in this case, first one is the A. What is the meaning of A? Annual consumption of A is the annual consumption of raw material. A is the annual consumption of raw material. What is the formula for the annual consumption of raw material? Annual production into raw material, annual production into raw material required. Raw material required per unit, annual production into raw material required per unit. Raw material required per unit. So what is the annual production? 1 lakh units. So now here the from 1 kg of raw material how many units are obtained? 2.5 units. 1 kg divided by 2 for 2.5 units 1 kg is required. For 1 lakh units how many kgs are required? How many kgs are required? 40,000 kgs are required. So students will be confused with the calculation of annual consumption of raw material. What is the formula for the annual production annual consumption of raw material? Annual production into raw material required per unit. In the given question, what they are saying that from 1 kg of raw material, how many units are obtained? 2.5 units are obtained. 1 kg divided by 2.5, we'll get the 0.4 kgs for 1 unit. 0.4 kgs for 1 unit into 1 lakh units, we'll get the 40,000 kgs. What is the meaning of O? O is nothing but a ordering cost per order. O is nothing but a ordering cost per order. So freight charges plus handling charges. So 390 plus 360 is equal to 750 rupees per order. 750 rupees per order. What is the meaning of C? Carrying cost per unit per annum. Storage cost plus interest. Interest on working capital finance. Storage cost is 0.5 into 12. Per kilo per month is the 0.5. Per annum is the 6 plus interest is the 9 rupees. 6 rupees plus 9 rupees is the 15 rupees. What is the purchase price of raw material? 60 rupees is the purchase price of raw material. If you want to store the 60 rupees worth of the purchase price of raw material in the godown throughout the year, how much extra cost will be incurred? 15 rupees extra cost will be incurred. 15 rupees extra cost will be incurred. 15 rupees extra cost will be incurred. ₹16, 15 rupees extra cost will be incurred. Then we'll calculate with this information we can calculate the EOQ now. What are the EOQ now? EOQ is equal to 2 into 40,000. 40,000 into 750 divided by 15. Apply the root. So 2 into 40,000 into 750 into 750 divided by 15. Apply the root. Every time you want to purchase how many kgs? 2000 kgs. Every time you want to purchase the 2000 kgs. What is the number of orders formula? Annual consumption divided by ordering size. So next one is the number of orders is equal to annual consumption divided by ordering size. What is the annual consumption? 40,000. Ordering size is the 2000. So how many orders? 20 orders. First question is the EOQ. What is the second question? Second question is the frequency of orders. How frequently? Frequency of order. Once in how many days you have to make the fresh order? Frequency of order 365 days divided by number of orders. 365 days divided by number of orders. What divide 365 days divided by number of orders are 20 orders. 18.1 Once in how many days you have to make the fresh order? Once in 18.25 days we have to make the fresh order. Once in 25 days, once in 18.25 days you have to make the fresh order. Next one is the, what is the next part of the question? If company proposes to rationalize the placement of orders on a quarterly basis, what percentage discount in the price of raw material should be negotiated? What is the meaning here? If you follow the EOQ, what is the ordering size? 2000 kgs. Once in how many days you want to make the fresh order? 18.25 days. 18.25 days. Then what the total cost will be incurred? What is the total cost? Purchase price is the 40,000 into 60 rupees is equal to 24 lakhs rupees. What the ordering size? Number of orders are 20 orders. 20 orders into 750, 15,000. So automatically carrying cost also half into 2000 into 15 rupees. What the carrying cost also 15. If you follow the EOQ policy, what the total cost will be? 24 lakhs 30,000. What the second one? Ordering size is the 10,000 K. How did you get the 10,000 cases? Quarterly policy means how many times they want to purchase? 4 times they want to purchase. If you purchase if our ordering says the 10,000 cases, and once in 3 months you want to purchase, then how many times you want to purchase? 4 times. Then what is the total cost? 40,000 into 60 is equal to 24 lakhs rupees. So what is the ordering cost? How many orders? Not the 20 orders. 4 orders into 750. 3,000 rupees. 3,000 rupees. 3,000 rupees. బాబు అసలు ఎక్సైటెడ్ కొన్ని అరిస్తేనే పని అవుతాయి. Carrying cost is the half into 10,000 into 15. 75,000. 24 lakh 78,000. If you are following the quarterly ordering policy, what is the extra cost? 48,000 is the extra cost. That's why we don't want to give the preference for the ordering of policies for the quarterly. So we want to give the preference for the EOQ once in 18 days only. The reason for not giving the preference for the quarterly ordering policy is the resulting into the more cost of 48,000. But they want to, they are saying, what is the question they are saying that if you want to rationalize the placement of orders on quarterly ordering policies, what the percentage discount should be negotiated? Why we are saying that? What is the reason that quarterly ordering policy we are rejecting, resulting into more cost? Suppose in case of EOQ policy and quarterly ordering policy, resulting into the same equal cost. Whether you are following the EOQ policy or following the quarterly ordering policy, resulting into the equal cost, we want to give the preference for the equal priority for the both the policies. In the current scenario, why we are not giving the more priority for the quarterly ordering policy? Because resulting into the more cost. If you want to give the priority for the quarterly ordering policy also, how much discount you want to negotiate? Whatever the extra cost will be resulted. So if that amount of discount able to negotiate from the supplier, we want to give the preference even for the quarterly ordering policy also. This 48,000 extra cost we want to negotiate from purchase price of the 24 lakhs rupees. What is the amount of discount to be negotiated? 48,000 of amount of discount to be negotiated. But they're asking question of amount of discount to be negotiated, percentage of discount to be negotiated. Percentage of discount to be negotiated. Therefore, percentage of discount to be negotiated is the 48,000. This 48,000 we want to negotiate from the purchase price of 24 lakhs rupees. 48,000 into 24 lakhs into 100. 2% of discount to be negotiated. If you want to give the support or rationalize or the quarterly ordering policy. Next one is the second technique is the stock levels technique. Second technique is the stock levels technique. In case of stock levels technique, stock levels technique objective also minimizing the material cost. Second one is the avoiding a stock out situation. Avoiding the stock out situation. Minimizing the material cost and avoiding the stock out situation. But functioning of stock levels technique is different. They want to fix the three stock levels are there. One is the maximum stock level. Second one is the reorder stock level. Next one is the minimum stock level. Minimum stock level are the safety stock level. If you want to minimize the material cost and avoiding the stock out situation by following the stock levels technique, with regard to the each and every kind of raw material, each and every inventory item, they want to fix the three stock levels. One is the maximum stock level, reorder stock level, and reorder stock level. And minimum stock level. Other name for the minimum stock level is the safety stock or the buffer stock. What is the meaning of maximum stock level? Largest quantity of raw material that can be stored in the godown at any point of time. So if you take the example of in our kitchen, this is the rice box or the rice tin. So what is the maximum general household, small family? What is the maximum capacity of this rice tins are 25 kgs. So generally our father will bring the not more than the 25 kgs of rice. What is the maximum stock? 25 kgs. Our father is allowed to purchase the not more than the 25 kgs. What is the objective of fixing the maximum stock level? Minimizing the carrying cost, not to store the more quantity. So here we are fixing this is the maximum stock level. We are fixing the reorder stock level as our mother fixing the reorder stock level as 5 kgs. What is the meaning of reorder stock level? In the rice tin, whenever the 25 kgs are gradually decreased to 5 kgs because of everyday consumption, our mother will give the instruction to the father that please bring the new quantity of raw material. So in our house, so at what stock level we are taking the decision to procure the new quantity of raw material at the stock of 5 kgs. The stock of 5 kgs is called as a reorder stock level. What is the meaning of reorder stock level? The stock where purchase department takes an initiative to procure the new quantity of raw material is called as a రీఆర్డర్ స్టాక్ లెవెల్. ఎంత క్వాంటిటీ దగ్గర అయితే ఎంత సరుకు ఉంటుందో ఆ సరుకు దగ్గర కొత్త క్వాంటిటీ కొనడానికి రెడీ అవుతుంటామో దాన్ని ఏమంటారు? రీఆర్డర్ స్టాక్ లెవెల్. ద స్టాక్ లెవెల్ ఎట్ విచ్ purchase department takes an initiative or the makes the plans to purchase the new quantity of raw material is called as a reorder stock level. What are the main object of fixing the reorder stock level? To avoid the stock out situation, for ensuring that continuous availability of raw material in the stores. Next one is the continuous availability of raw material in the stores, continuous availability of raw material for the production department for converting the raw material into finished goods. Next one is the minimum stock level. So minimum stock level we are fixing it as a maybe 1 kg. So now, what is the objective of minimum stock? What is the meaning of minimum stock level? Minimum stock meaning is the smallest quantity of raw material that must be maintained in the godown throughout the period. Suppose if the actual stock level reaches to the minimum stock level 1 kg, that will be used for the prestigious customers or for the urgent requirements. So minimum stock is also called as a safety stock level. Maximum stock meaning is that largest quantity of raw material that can be maintained. The object of fixing the maximum stock level is to minimize the carrying cost. What is the meaning of reorder stock level? The stock level where purchase department makes the plans to procure the new quantity of raw material. The object of fixing the reorder stock level, minimum stock level, is to avoid the stock out situations. What is the formula for the maximum stock level? Formula for the maximum stock level is the reorder stock level plus whenever there is reorder stock level, you want to purchase the new quantity, that is called as a reorder quantity, minus minimum reorder period into minimum rate of consumption. What is the meaning of reorder period? What is the meaning of reorder period? Is also called as a lead time. Reorder period is also called as lead time or the delivery period. Is also called lead time or the delivery period. What is the meaning of the reorder period? What is the meaning of lead time? What is the meaning of delivery period? The time that is required to procure the new quantity of raw material from the supplier is called as a reorder period or the lead time or the delivery period. So now delivery period, lead time or the reorder periods are classified into three. One is the minimum, other one is the average, next one is the maximum. What is the meaning of minimum reorder period? If the under the ideal conditions, ante availability of vehicles are there, so road conditions are good, and labor is available for loading unloading, under the perfect conditions, how much time will be taken by supplier to supply the new quantity of raw material? What is the maximum? Even under the worst situations also, what is the maximum number of days that is required for, or maximum number of weeks that is required for, so for the supplier to supply the new quantity of raw material? Average means we know that average of the minimum and maximum. On an average, how many days are required for supplier to supply the quantity of raw material? Next one is the rate of consumption. Suppose minimum reorder period is 3 days. During these 3 days, what is the least consumption? Consumption of raw material for what purpose? Production of the finished goods. Consumption is also 3 types. What is the minimum rate of consumption, normal rate of consumption, and maximum rate of consumption? The formula for the maximum stock level is the reorder stock level plus reorder quantity minus minimum reorder period into minimum rate of consumption. Next one, formula for the reorder stock level. Formula for the reorder stock level, maximum reorder period into maximum rate of consumption. Next one is the formula for the minimum stock level is the reorder stock level minus normal reorder period into normal rate of consumption. There is one more stock level, that is a average stock level. Universal formula for the average stock level is the minimum stock level plus maximum stock level divided by 2. There is alternative formula for the average stock level is the half of the reorder quantity plus safety stock. Safety stock means minimum stock. This is the alternative formula for the average stock. Half of the reorder quantity plus safety stock. One more formula is the danger stock level. Theoretical formula, danger stock level. Danger stock level is less than the minimum stock level. Maximum reorder period for the urgent purchase into normal rate of consumption. These are the various formulas for the stock levels. So now please go through the question. This is the one of the, from the student's point of view, toughest question for calculation of the stock levels. Company uses the three raw materials ABC for a particular product for which the following data is applied. How many kinds of raw materials are there? Three raw materials are there. First raw material is the A, B and C. You says per unit of production 10, 4 and 6. If you are producing the 1 unit, how many cases of A required? 10 kgs. How many cases of B required? 4 kgs. How many cases of C required? 6 kgs. Reorder quantity 10,000, 5,000, 10,000. Price per kilo of raw material is not required for the stock levels. Delivery period for raw material A, 1 week is required. Raw material B, for raw material A, minimum 1 week is required, average 2 weeks, maximum 3 weeks. For raw material B, minimum 3 weeks, average 4 weeks, maximum 5 weeks. For raw material C, minimum 2 weeks, average 3 weeks, maximum 4 weeks. What are the reorder stock levels? 4,000, 8,000 case in case of A, 4,750 case in case of the B. C not given. Minimum stock level for the C is the 2,000. What is the meaning of reorder stock level? At that stock level, purchase department designs the plans, makes the plans to procure the new quantity of raw material. Weekly production of final goods, finished goods varies from 175 to 225. Minimum production is 175, maximum 225, average 200. Can anyone tell what is the minimum consumption of raw material per week? Minimum consumption of raw material per week. Consumption depends on what? Production. What is the minimum production per week of finished goods? 175, maximum 225, average is the 200. Can anyone tell what is the minimum consumption of raw material per week? 175 into 10. Average 200 into 10. Maximum 225 into 10. Consumption depends on what? Production. Compute the following. What are the following, sir? Maximum stock of A, maximum stock of B, reorder stock level of C, average stock level of A. These are the requirements. So if it is a model question, first you have to calculate the one working note. What is the working note? Various rates of calculation of the various rates of consumption of raw material. Calculation of various rates of consumption of raw material. Calculation of various rates of consumption of raw material. Various rates of consumption of raw material. First one is the maximum consumption. Next one is the average consumption. Next one is the normal consumption or the next one is the first we will write the minimum. Next one is the average consumption. Next one is the maximum. Raw material A. Raw material per kilo. How many kgs are required? 10 kgs. What are the minimum consumption? 175 into 10 is equal to 1750. Average 200 into 10. 2000 kgs consumption per week. Maximum consumption 225 into 10 is equal to 2250. What about the raw material B? Per unit how many kgs are required? Per unit how many kgs are required? 4 kgs are required. So therefore 4 kgs are required per unit. For weekly consumption of minimum consumption 175 into 4 700. 200 into 4 800, 225 into 4, 900. So raw material C, 6 kgs. Raw material C, 6 kgs. Here, raw material C, 6 kgs. 175 into 6, 1000, 50. 200 into 6, 1200. 225 into 225 into 6 is equal 1350. Rates of consumption. Because consumption per unit they have given, but we require the consumption per reorder period we required. Reorder period is given in terms of the weeks. Consumption depends upon the production. Consumption depends on the production as well as the period. What is the first sub question they are asking? Minimum stock of A. What is the formula for the minimum stock level of A? Reorder stock level minus Normal reorder period into normal rate of consumption. What is the reorder stock level? 8,000 minus normal reorder period. Normal reorder period of A is the 2. Normal reorder period of A is the 2. What is the normal rate of consumption? What is the normal rate of consumption? 2000 kada. So this one is the 2000. This one is the 2000. What is that? Minimum stock level of A is the minimum stock level of A is the 4000. Next one. Maximum stock level of B. What is the formula for the maximum stock level? Reorder stock level plus reorder quantity minus minimum reorder period into minimum rate of consumption. Reorder stock level of B. Reorder stock level of B already given 4750. Reorder quantity of B already given 5000. Minimum reorder period of B is the 3 weeks. Minimum rate of consumption of B 700. Therefore 9750 minus 2100 7650. Reorder stock level of C. Reorder stock level of C. Reorder stock level of C is the maximum reorder period into maximum rate of consumption. What is the maximum reorder period of C? 4 weeks. Maximum rate of consumption 2350 అనుకుంటా కదా, లేదా 1350 అనుకుంటా. 4 into 1350. So 4 into 1350. 5400 kgs. (5,400 kgs). Next one is the average stock level of A. There are the two formulas for the average stock level of minimum stock level plus maximum stock level divided by 2, or half of the reorder quantity plus minimum stock level of the safety stock level. If you want to use the formula of minimum stock level plus maximum stock level divided by 2, already minimum stock level of A given, and we have to calculate the maximum stock level, then only we can calculate the average stock level. If you want to use the second formula, directly we can apply half of the reorder quantity plus minimum stock level. What is the reorder quantity of A? 10,000. Half of reorder quantity plus safety stock or the minimum stock level. So 10,000 into half is equal to 5,000 plus safety stock is the minimum stock level of A already calculated as a 4,000. So average stock level of A is the 9,000 units. Average stock level of A is the 9,000 units. Average stock level of A is the 9,000 units. Next one is the this is the indirect model question. MCQ's point of may be useful. That is given in the very recent, I think 2025 May or the 25 June, they have given for 4 marks question, same model question. Following are the details related to manufacturing concern. Reorder stock level is the 1,60,000 units. Economic ordering quantity or the reorder quantity is the 90,000 units. Minimum stock level 1 lakh units. Maximum stock level 1,90,000 units. Average lead time is the 6 days. Difference between the minimum lead time and maximum lead time is the 4 days. So maximum consumption per day, minimum consumption per day. If you want to calculate the maximum consumption per day, which formula you have to simplify? Reorder stock level formula. Only in the reorder stock level formula only there is a concept of maximum rate of consumption. What is the formula for the reorder stock level? Maximum reorder period into maximum rate of consumption. If you want to calculate the minimum consumption per day, which formula you have to simplify? Maximum stock level formula you have to simplify. Reorder stock level plus reorder quantity minus minimum reorder period into minimum rate of consumption. Reorder period given in terms of weeks, consumption also per week. Given in terms of days, consumption also per day. So if you want to find out the maximum consumption, minimum consumption, we have to simplify the formula of the reorder stock level and the maximum stock level. For that, we require the reorder period information. But reorder period information given in terms of indirectly they have given. What the average lead time? 6 days. Difference between the minimum lead time and maximum lead time is the 4 days. By simplifying these two, we want to find out maximum lead time and minimum lead time. Later, we want to find out the maximum consumption and minimum consumption. Now, it is assumed that what is the average lead time? Average lead time. Average lead time is equal to 6 days is the average lead time. X is equal to minimum lead time. X is equal to minimum lead time. Example. X is equal to minimum time. X plus 4 is equal to maximum lead time. 6 plus 4. X plus 4. Average lead time is the 6 days. Average lead time is the 6 days. Average lead time is 6 days. Minimum lead time X. Maximum lead time is the why we are taking X plus 4? Because difference between the maximum lead time is 4 days more than the difference between the minimum lead time and maximum lead time is the 4 days అంటున్నాడు కదా అంటే maximum lead time is 4 days more than the minimum lead time. That's why X plus 4 is the minimum. X plus 4 is the minimum lead time. So average lead time formula is the minimum reorder period plus maximum reorder period divided by the 2. Therefore, 6 is equal to x plus 4 divided by 2. 2 goes that side. So 12 is equal to 2x plus 4. Therefore, x is equal to 12 minus 4 divided by 2 is equal to 4 days. So minimum lead time is minimum lead time. Minimum lead time are the reorder period. Minimum lead time are the reorder period. X is equal to 4 days. Therefore, maximum lead time x plus 4 is equal to 8 days. Now we want to find out the maximum rate of consumption. Maximum rate of consumption. So here the reorder stock level. How much is the reorder stock level? Reorder stock level is the 1,60,000 is the reorder stock. Formula is the maximum reorder period into maximum rate of consumption is equal to 1,60,000. Maximum reorder period is equal to 8 days. 8 into maximum rate of consumption is equal to 1,60,000. Therefore, maximum rate of consumption 1,60,000 divided by 8, 20,000. Similarly, we want to simplify the formula of the maximum stock level formula. Next thing what you have to calculate? Minimum rate of consumption. Next one you have to calculate is the minimum rate of consumption. Okay, next one. Calculation of the minimum rate of consumption. So calculation of minimum rate of consumption. Calculation of the minimum rate of consumption. So we'll take the formula of the maximum stock level. Maximum stock level is equal to reorder stock level plus reorder quantity minus minimum reorder period into minimum rate of consumption. Maximum stock level is the 1,90,000. Reorder stock level is the 1,60,000. Reorder quantity is the 90,000. Minimum reorder period is the 4 into minimum rate of consumption. So now here the 4 into minimum rate of consumption is equal to 2,50,000 minus 1,90,000. This 1,90,000 comes this side. Therefore, minimum rate of consumption is equal to 60,000 divided by 4 is equal to 15,000. That is also 1. And if you know this logic, even if they frame the question in other way also, we can easily simplify indirect model questions. This is the one of the fundamental question for solving the indirect questions. So next one is the one more question I have added, combination with the EOQ and stock levels. This is the previous examination question. Tesco Cycles Limited is used about 3,60,000 cycle logs per annum, and the usage is fairly constant at the rate of 30,000 per month. So this cycle logs are the our raw material. The cycle logs cost is the 240 each at a wholesale rate, and carrying cost is estimated 10% of the annual average inventory value. The cost to place an order is the 1,200. It takes 45 days to receive delivery from the date of the order. It takes it takes 45 days to receive the delivery from the date of order, nothing but a lead time. If nothing is specified, that is a normal lead time. In order to avoid any kind of disruption, assembly line, safety stock, how much they are maintaining? 6,500 cycle logs, safety stock is maintained. Safety stock means what? Minimum stock. Always they are maintaining to avoid the stock out situation. Assume 360 days. Ante in our calculation, if the number of days are required to be considered, don't take the 365 days, take the 360 days. First calculation is the EOQ. What is the A? 3,60,000 is the annual consumption. Oh, ordering cost per order. How much is the ordering cost per order? They specified that ordering cost per order is the 1,200. 1,200. What is the C? Carrying cost per unit per annum? 10% of purchase price. What is the purchase price? 240. 240 into 10% is equal to 24. Therefore, EOQ is equal to, so 2 into, so 3,60,000 into 1,200 divided by 24. Apply the root. How much? 6,000. 6,000. Every time you want to purchase, how many number of units? 6,000. The reorder level. Next one is the reorder level. What is the formula for the reorder level? I have added this question only for answering this second part. First part already we know that as usual. What is the second part of the question they are asking? Reorder stock level. What is the general formula for the reorder stock level? Maximum reorder period into maximum rate of consumption. But here that kind of formula we cannot apply. We cannot apply. What is the formula for the minimum stock level? What is the formula for the minimum stock level? Reorder stock level minus normal reorder period into normal rate of consumption. From this formula, we want to find out the reorder stock level. Therefore, reorder stock level is equal to minimum stock plus normal reorder period into normal rate of consumption. What is the minimum stock level? Safety stock level they are maintaining 6,500 bicycles plus what is the normal reorder period? 45 days. What is the normal rate of consumption? 3,60,000 divided by 360. Normal rate of consumption. 1000. 6,500 plus 45 into 1000 is equal to 6,500 plus 45 into 1000 is the 45,000. What is the total? 51,500 is the reorder stock level. 51,500 is the reorder stock level. I think third part of the question you can answer, that is a trial and error method. Next one is the company has been offered a quantity discount of 2% on purchase price of purchase of cycle locks provided order size is 30,000 units at a time. Advise whether the quantity discount offer can be accepted. EOQ how much we got? 6,000. How many times you have to purchase? 60 times you have to purchase. But they are saying that if ordering size 30,000, how much discount they want to give? 2%. If our ordering size 30,000, how many times you have to purchase? 12 times you have to purchase. But how many ordering sizes are there here? How many ordering sizes are there? Ordering size of 6,000. Ordering size of 30,000. If ordering size is 6,000, what is the purchase price? 240 is the purchase price. Here what is the discounted purchase price? 240 minus 2% is equal to 235.2. So number of orders. Number of orders are 60 orders. Number of orders are 60 orders. Number of orders are 12 orders. Carrying cost per unit per annum 240 into 10% is equal to 24. Ikkada 235.2 into 10% is equal to 23.52. If you want to analyze the two alternatives, you have to find out the total cost. You have to find out. You have to find out the total cost. First one is the total purchase price. Total purchase price is equal to 36,000 into 240. 36 the 3,60,000 now. 3,60,000 into 240. 6,000 is the ordering size kada. Ordering size is 6,000. But every time total purchasing is 3,60,000 kada. Whatever the ordering size it is, annual purchase, no change in the annual purchase kada. What is the total cost of raw material formula? Total purchase price plus annual ordering cost plus annual carrying cost kada. Purchasing every time 6,000. Purchasing every time 6,000. But total purchase is 3,60,000. How many times we are purchasing? 60 times we are purchasing. Here the second one ordering size is 30,000. So total annual consumption is 3,60,000, no change. How many times we are purchasing? 12 times. 12 times into 30,000, 3,60,000. 60 times into 6,000, 3,60,000. What is the total purchase price? 3,60,000 into 240. 8 crores. 8 crores 60, 4 lakhs. Here 3,60,000 into 235.2. So 3,60,000 into 235.2. 8 crores 46 lakhs 72,000. Annual ordering cost. How many orders are? 60 orders into ordering cost per order is the 400. 1,200. 12 orders into 1,200. Here the 72,000. Here the 60 into 1,200 is the 72,000. Here the 12 into 1,200, 14,400. Annual carrying cost. So half into ordering size. What is the ordering size? 6000 into 24. So 0.5 into 6000 into 6000 into 24 is the 72,000. Here half into 30,000 into 23.52. So 0.5 into, so 30,000 into 23.52 is the 3,52,800. So total cost is equal to 8 crore 64 lakhs plus 1,44,000. 8 crores 65 lakhs 44,000. Here 8 crores 46 lakhs 72,000 plus 14,400 plus 3,52,800. 8 crores 50 lakhs 39,200. Which one is advisable? It is advisable to accept the 2% discount offer because resulting into lower cost. Total purchase price means annual consumption you have to take. Whether you are purchasing 6,000 every time, 30,000 every time, no change in the annual consumption. Annual consumption remains the same. Go through the ABC analysis. ABC analysis is also the one of the material control technique. Objective is minimizing the material cost and avoiding the stock out situation, but functioning is different. ABC analysis is also called as a word management by exception. In case of if the stores department or the stores manager wants to follow the ABC analysis for minimizing the material cost or avoiding the stock out situation, so they want to follow the principle of management by exception. What is the meaning of management by exception? Stores manager will give the importance for the priority or the importance for the inventory item which requires the more amount of investment. If any inventory items requires less amount of investment, they will give the very less importance, less control. If the any inventory item requires more amount of investment, there is a more scope for saving. They will give the more importance. If you take the example of the so Bawachi Biryani Center, what are the inventory items? What is the meaning of inventory items? The list of raw material which are required for making the particular product. Here the basmati rice, here the chicken, here the oil, so ghee, dry fruits, so lemon, salt. So all these are called as a various inventory items. They will give the, in case of ABC analysis, they will give the importance priority for the inventory items which requires a more amount of investment. Suppose we are using the A1 to A50 inventory items, 50 inventory items. For this, how much amount of investment you are making? Assume that 50 lakhs rupees. For storing the 50 varieties of raw material, for purchasing and storing 50 varieties of raw material, how much we are investing? 50 lakhs rupees. Out of, for the total 50 items, we cannot give the equal importance, we cannot give. If you take the example of the Kalyan Jewelers, so they are purchasing the gold, platinum, so inka platinum, diamonds, silver, copper, pearls, stones. They will purchase so many variety of raw material. So for this one, suppose they are investing the 100 crores, they are investing. For the copper for making of ornaments, pure gold is the 24 carats, ornament gold is the 22 carat. Purity is decreasing because mixing the copper and some other so metals. So here for the copper they are investing very less amount. For the pearls also they are investing the very less amount. Stones also they are investing less amount. Here they are giving the more importance for the inventory items which are having the more amount of investment. So based upon the common sense, we can say that for the gold, platinum and diamonds, they are investing the more amount. These may be classified as a category. For the silver, they are investing the moderate amount, that is classified as a B category. Remaining are the C category. In case of ABC analysis, we want to classify the total inventory items into 3 categories. First one is the A category, B category and C category. The list of inventory items which requires approximately 70% of total investment. Suppose we are investing how much amount? 50 lakhs for all inventory items. The inventory items which requires approximately 35 lakhs rupees, those are called as a category. The inventory items which requires approximately 20% of total investment. Suppose if you are investing the 50 lakhs rupees, 20% means 10 lakhs. The inventory items which requires 10 lakhs rupees of investment are called as a B category. The inventory items which requires 10% of total investment are called as a C category. Approximately how much amount? 5 lakhs. Here the more control. Stock levels fix చేస్తాం. We are appointing a separate cost accountant or the chartered accountant for, so now controlling the cost. So B, moderate control, not the more control, not the less control. C is the C items for less control. What is the meaning of less control? So we don't want to maintain any inventory records or the stores records. We don't want to maintain any stock levels. Once in a 2 years or 3 years, once in a year, we want to purchase the stock and we are storing in the godown and start using the. Suppose in case of Awachi Biryani Center, they'll purchase the salt for once in a year, once in a 2 years. So they will not maintain any kind of records, how much salt they are using, how much balance of stock. Those kind of controls also they will not follow. For that, they have to appoint the one accountant. For that salary, we have to pay the 30,000. The total annual consumption of salt may be 10,000. So if you are appointing the accountant for 30,000 by payment of 30,000 rupees of sale, unnecessarily time waste and money waste. First, salt they will not apply any kind of the control. Why? Because involvement of the investment is a very less amount. Here the A category items. So what is the point to be remembered? 70% of approximate 70% of total investment. B category 20% of total investment. C category 10% of total investment. It is also called as a management by exception. For exceptional items, they will give the more importance. Exceptional items means which requires some more amount of the investment. So I have added the two questions for the ABC analysis. Please go through that one. Question number 9. So question number 10. This is given from the 2025 September paper. Please go through the first one and take the maximum 5 minutes. From the following details, draw the plan of ABC selective control. How many inventory items I have taken into consideration? 12 items. These are the units. These are the unit cost. What is the total amount of investment for the first item? 7,000 into 5, 35,000. 7,000 into 5, here the 35,000. Second one, 72,000. Third one, 15,000. Fourth one, 13,200. Fifth one, 57,000. Sixth one, 20,000. Seventh one, 12,000. Eighth one, 10,500. Ninth one, 2,400. Tenth one, 29,000 into 0.4. So 10,400. Correct, you know? 29,000 into 0.4 amma. 11,600. 11,600. Next one, 11,500. 11,500 into 7.1. 81,650. 4,100 into 6.2. 25,420. What is the total amount of investment? 3,55,700 అనుకుంటా. అంతే వస్తుంది అనుకుంటా. సో 35,000 plus 72,000 plus 15,000 plus 13,200, 57,000, 20,000, 12,000, 10,500, 2,400, 11,600, 81,650, 25,420. 770, no? 770. First working note is the so calculation of percentage of investment under ranking. Percentage of investment and ranking. How many inventory items are there? 12 inventory items are there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and 11 and 12. Next one is the amount of investment. Percentage of investment. Next one is the rank. First one is the, what is the amount of investment? First one, 35,000. Second one is the 72,000. Third one is the 15,000. Fourth one is the 13,200. Fifth one is the 57,000. Sixth one is the 20,000. Seventh one is the 12,000. So eighth one is the 10,500. Ninth one is the 2,400. Tenth one is the 11,600. 11th one is the 81,650. This one is the 5,420. 3,55,770. What are the percentage of investment? 35,000 divided by 3,55,770. So 35,000 divided by 3,55,770. So now 9.83 percentage or the 84 percentage. Next one is the 72,000 divided by 3,55,770. So percentage is the 20.23 percentage. Next one is the 15,000 divided by 3,55,770. 4.21 percentage. So 13,200 divided by 3,55,770 percentage is the 3.71 percentage. Amma 16 point, 16.02 percentage. 6.62 percentage. Point 67 percentage. 3.26. 9.95. 1.14 or 1.5, no problem. Ranking. The amount of inventory item requires the more amount of investment is the first rank. I think for the 11th item is the first rank. Because 81,650. తర్వాత for the second item, second rank 72,000. For the fifth item, third rank. So after 57,000, first item. For the first item, fourth rank. Next one is after 35,000. After 35,000, 12th item. For the 12th item, fifth rank. After 25,000, 420. So sixth item, sixth rank. After 20,000, after 20,000, after 20,000, 15,000. For third rank, for third item, seventh rank. So after 15,000, 13,200. For 13,200, for the fourth item, eighth rank. After 13,200, 12th item. For the seventh item, ninth rank. For the 10th item, 10th rank. Eighth item, 11th rank. Ninth item, 12th rank. For 7, how much? Seventh item ki 9th రాయాలి. ఎయిత్ item ki 11 రాయాలి. కరెక్టేనా? Next one is the segregation of inventory items. Next one is the segregation of inventory items. Segregation of the inventory items. Next one is the statement of classification of Statement of classification of the inventory items. Statement of classification of the inventory items as per ABC analysis. First one, the inventory item. Next one is the amount of investment. Next one is the percentage of investment. Next one is the category. Next one is the category. First one is the first rank is for 11th item. How much is the amount of investment? 81,650. Percentage of investment 22.95. Next rank, second rank for second item 72,000. Percentage of investment amma 20.24. Third item, third ranking is for the fifth item 57. Third and fifth item 57,000. What are the percentage of investment for the fifth item? 16.02. If you add these two, how much percentage will get? So not 42, 48, approximately 58 or 59. So fourth rank is for first item. Fourth rank is for first item. First item 35,009.84. If you add these three, 60, approximately 70 per 60, 34, 0.5 percentage. These four are classified as A category. Because the inventory items which requires approximately 70% of investment. Fifth rank is for the 12th item. Fifth rank is for the 12th item. 25,420. So 25,420 percentage of investment is a 7.14. Sixth rank is for the sixth item. For the sixth item, what is the amount of investment? 20,000. 20,000, 5.62 percentage. Seventh rank is for the third item 15,000. Third item 15,000, 4.21 percentage. So eighth rank is for the fourth item. Eighth rank is for the fourth item 13,200. What are the percentage of 3.71? No? You'll get the 20.7% is the B category. The inventory items which requires approximately 20% of total investment are classified as a B category. Next one is the ninth rank item. Ninth rank item is the seventh item. Seventh item 12,000. What are the percentage of investment? So 3.37. 3.37. 10th rank is for 10th item. What are the amount of investment? 11,600, 3.26. 11,600, 3.26. Next one is the 11th rank is for the 8th item 10,500. 10,500, 2.95 percentage. Last 12th rank is for 10th item. 12th, 9th item 2,400. What are the percentage of investment? 9th rank 0.67 percentage. 0.67. So percentage of investment 10.25 percentage. These are the C category. First working note is the calculation of percentage of investment and ranking. Later classification of inventory item as per the ABC analysis. Go through the 10th question. That is given in the 2025 September. TS Limited is suffering from material deterioration and finds that their valuable stocks are not properly stored. The company furnishes the following information: serial number 128, MA, MB, MC, MD up to MH units. Total cost already given. Total cost already given. Amount, this total cost is representing what? Total amount of investment. So next one is the storekeeper of the company argues that stock has been taken proper care. Storekeeper of the company argues that he has taken proper care in storing the three types of material MA, MB, MC as they are bulk quantity. Bulk quantity the importance ఇవ్వాల్సింది, more amount of investment. He further argues that only few units of MG, MH has been deteriorated due to bad weather. The management of TS Limited wants to get him aware about the value of the different items. So అదంతా necessary. Rank the items, rank the materials and draw a plan of ABC. Select. Rank the items ఎలా ర్యాంక్ చేస్తాం మనం? based on the percentage of investment కదా. Rank the materials and draw a plan of ABC selective control by using the following basis of selective control. 50,000 and above is the A category. 15,000 to 50,000 is the B category. Below 15,000 C category. But ranking ఎలా చేయాలి మనము? based upon the percentage of investment కదా. First one is the ranking of inventory item. Name of inventory item, amount of investment, percentage of investment and the ranking. Later, second statement, classification of inventory items as per the ABC analysis. Try chestara. Yes, first one is the ranking of inventory item. Ranking of inventory item. So name of the inventory item is the MA, MB, MC, MD, ME, MF, MG and MH. డైరెక్ట్గా పర్సంటేజ్ ఆఫ్ ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ రాసేది నాకు కావాలంటే. పర్సంటేజ్ ఆఫ్ ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ ర్యాంకింగ్ కూడా ఈజీగా చేసేయచ్చు మనము. What are the total amount of investment? 14,855 plus 4,25,000. 14,855 divided by 4,25,000. 4,25,000 rate 3.49 or the 5%. సో 3.0 ఒక్కరో కోడ్ చేసేయండి సరిపోతుంది, లేకపోతే నేనేం చేస్తాను. 13,972 డివైడ్ బై 4,25,000 into 100, 3.28%, 11.22%, 9.18%, 27 47, 21.003%, 28%. So ranking. Rank is the 25.47 first rank, 23.28 second rank, 21.03 third rank, fourth rank, fifth rank, sixth rank, seventh rank, eighth. Correct है ना? So classification of inventory items as per ABC analysis. Classification of inventory items as per ABC analysis. So inventory item, so amount of investment, percentage of investment. Next one is the category. First one is the more percentage of investment is for అంటే వాడు మోర్ దెన్ 50,000 అయితే ఏ కేటగిరీ అంటున్నాడు కదా. మోర్ దెన్ 50,000 3 ఐటమ్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఒకటి ఎంఎఫ్. ఎంఎఫ్ ఈజ్ ద 1,08,260. Percentage of investment 25.47. Next one is the MH. Amount of investment 98,680. 980 is the 23.28%. Next one is the MG. So 89.410 is the 21.03. What is the total percentage? 7, 9. A category. Next one is the 50,000, 15,000 to 50,000. First one no, second one no, third one no. So MD. What is the amount of investment? 47,685. Percentage of investment 11.22. Next one is the ME. 23,410. Percentage of investment is the 9.18. తప్పు రాస్తాను. అమౌంట్ ఆఫ్ ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ ఈస్ 39,015. వాట్ ఆర్ ద టోటల్ పర్సంటేజ్ ఆఫ్ ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్? 20.4. B category. Next one is the remaining 3 is the A category. So here the amount based on the amount of investment, here the based on the amount of investment 5. Yes, MA is the 14,855. Percentage of investment is 3.49. తర్వాత MC 13,972. Percentage of investment is the 3.28%. Next one is the MB amount of investment 12,823. Percentage of investment is 3.01. Total 9.78%. C category. That is the ABC analysis. Given in this question was given in the 2025 September for 9 marks or maybe 8 marks. Last in our revision session, we will cover the last topic of middle chapter is the inventory turnover ratio. So in the very recent examination, every attempt, once in 2 attempt, they are giving the MCQ from the inventory turnover ratio, 2 marks MCQ. Calculation of inventory turnover ratio, the stock holding period, like that they are giving. Please put the heading. Just వినండి మీరు, రివిజన్ క్లాస్ కదా. ఇన్వెంటరీ టర్నోవర్ రేషియో. It is also one of the material control technique. Objective is the minimizing the material cost and avoiding the stock out situation. If the stores manager, purchase manager wants to follow this technique for achieving the 2 objectives, so the functioning is the, if the management want to follow this technique, they want to classify the all inventory items into 3 categories. One is the fast moving item, slow moving items and non moving items. Inventory items are classified into 3 categories: fast moving, slow moving and non moving. What is the meaning of fast moving? The inventory items which is subjected to high rate of consumption. ఒక రా మెటీరియల్ ఎక్కువగా వాడుతున్నాం అనుకోండి, high rate of consumption, that is a fast moving. If any inventory item subjected to slow moving, if any inventory item subjected to low rate of consumption, that is a slow moving. If any inventory item is not subjected to any consumption, whatever the opening stock of raw material is there, that same thing is continued as a closing stock of raw material, meaning is that no consumption. If any inventory item that is not subjected to any consumption during the current period is called as a non-moving item. But the best example in case of regular class also I quoted the same example I quoted. In case of, if you take the example of the DMart, so if you take the noodles, 3 category of noodles are there: Maggi noodles, Nestle company, ITC company, Epi noodles and Patanjali company. Generally, what is the high rate of consumption? Suppose if they morning in the shelves, if it is a Maggi noodles stores the 1000 packets, if it is the ITC, Epi noodles stores the 1000 packets, Patanjali stores the 1000 packets, it may take the 2 hours to complete the 1000 packets. It may take the maybe 48 hours to complete the packet. It may take the, so now no zero rates of consumption. Whatever the number of packets are stored on first day, three at the end of the year also they are finding the same number of packets, means zero rate of consumption. What is the high rate of consumption, high rate of sales? Magnitudes. Magnitudes are classified as a fast moving. If any inventory item is subject to high rate of consumption, that is classified as a fast moving. So in order to avoid the stock out situation, it is giving the advice to the management that maintain the high stock levels. Maintain the high stock, ఎక్కువ సరుకు మెయింటైన్ చేయండి to avoid the stock out situation. If any inventory item is slow inventory item, what is meaning of slow inventory item? Low rate of consumption. Maintain the low stock levels to minimize the carrying cost. If any inventory item is the non-moving, so dispose the next year, discontinue the purchasing plans. Whatever the stock is available, please dispose the stock as early as possible to minimize the losses. So here, how can we come to the conclusion that so and so inventory item is the fast moving? If it is having the high rate of high inventory turnover ratio, fast moving. Low inventory turnover ratio, slow moving. Inventory turnover ratio is the zero, that is called as a non-moving. What is the formula for the inventory turnover ratio? Inventory turnover ratio is equal to cost of raw material consumed divided by average stock of raw material. Average stock of raw material. What is the formula for the cost of raw material consumed? Opening stock plus purchase minus closing stock. What is the average stock of raw material formula? Opening stock of raw material plus closing stock of raw material divided by the 2. Please go through the question. Question number 11 in our revision problems. From the following data for the year ended 31st March 2023, calculate the inventory turnover ratio of the two items and put forward your comments. What kind of comments we can give after calculation of inventory turnover ratio, whether it is a fast moving or the slow moving? What is the cost of raw material consumed of raw material A? Raw material A and raw material B. What is the cost of raw material consumed? Cost of raw material consumed is equal to, otherwise other window will calculate. Calculation of inventory turnover ratio. How many raw materials are there? Two raw materials are there. Raw material B and raw material. First one, cost of raw material consumed. What is the cost of raw material consumed, sir? Cost of raw material consumed, 11th question. 10,000 plus 52,000 minus 6,000 is equal to 56,000. So 9,000 plus 27,000 minus 11,000 is equal to 25,000 cost of raw material consumed. Second one is the average stock of raw material. Opening stock plus closing stock divided by the 2. 10,000 plus 6,000 divided by 2 is equal to 8,000. Here the 9,000 plus 11,000 divided by 2 is equal to 10,000. So therefore, third one is the inventory turnover ratio. 56,000 divided by 8,000 is equal to 7. Ikkada 7 times. 25,000 divided by 10,000 is equal to 2.5 times. What is the meaning of this 7,000? What is the meaning of this 7 times and what is the meaning of this 2.5 times? Meaning of 7 times means 8,000 worth of raw material is consumed for how many times? 7 times. So 10,000 worth of raw material is consumed for how many times? 10,000 worth of raw material is consumed for how many times? 2.5 times. That is the meaning of times. So here in our final examination, from MCQ's point of view, they are asking not only inventory turnover ratio, but also they are asking the stock holding period also. What is the meaning of stock holding period? In order to consume this average stock of 8,000 worth of raw material, how many days is required? In order to consume the 10,000 worth of raw material, how many days are required? They are asking the one more question, that is a stock holding period. They are asking the stock holding period. General common sense calculation is the for 365 days are required for consumption of how much worth of raw material? 56,000 worth of raw material. 56,000 is what? Cost of raw material consumed. For consumption of 56,000 worth of raw material, how many days are required? 365 days. So therefore, for consumption of average stock of 8,000 worth of raw material, how many days are required? 52.5 days. Or other alternative formula for the stock holding period is the 365 days divided by inventory turnover ratio. We'll get the same answer. 365 days divided by 7 times 52.5. ఎందుకని here we are taking the 8,000, here we are taking the 50. This is nothing but reciprocal ratio of inventory turnover ratio కదా. What the formula for the A by B by C? A by B by C ని ఎలా రాయొచ్చు మనము? A by B into C గా రాయొచ్చు కదా. సో ఇన్వెంటరీ టర్నోవర్ రేషియో కింద ఇన్వెంటరీ టర్నోవర్ రేషియో తీసుకున్నాం అనుకోండి, కాస్ట్ ఆఫ్ రా మెటీరియల్ కన్జ్యూమ్డ్ డివైడ్ బై యావరేజ్ స్టాక్ ఆఫ్ రా మెటీరియల్. దట్స్ వై సో ఇన్స్టెడ్ ఆఫ్ యూజింగ్ దిస్ ఫార్ములా వీ కెన్ సింపుల్ ఫార్ములా ఫర్ ద ఇన్వెంటరీ టర్నోవర్ రేషియో as such. Stock holding period is the 365 days divided by inventory turnover ratio. అంటే 365 days divided by cost of raw material consumed divided by average stock. This is the A, this is the B, this is the C kada. If you go, this will be go to this multiple stage. Then what is the ultimate formula? 365 days divided by cost of raw material consumed into average stock of raw material. Ultimately formula is the same. This formula is in the position of what? 365 days divided by, instead of using this formula, alternative formula is 365 days divided by inventory turnover ratio. Next one is the labor chapter. In case of material chapter, there is one more topic. What is one more topic? Procedure to be followed for calculation of cost per unit of raw material. That is unimportant from the examination point of view. If you in the last 10 or 15 examination, they didn't ask. That's why less possibilities. So in our regular classes, that procedure is there. Purchase of raw material minus trade discount, net purchases plus non-refundable taxes, invoice price. That format is there. You can follow that one. ముందు మీరు చేయొచ్చు, డౌట్ ఉంటే అడగండి. సో నెక్స్ట్ వన్ ఈజ్ ద ఎంప్లాయీ కాస్ట్ ఆర్ ద లేబర్ చాప్టర్. ఎంప్లాయీ కాస్ట్ ఆర్ ద లేబర్ చాప్టర్. ఎంప్లాయీ కాస్ట్ డెఫినెట్ తెలుగు ఇది వచ్చింది. ఫ్రమ్ ఎవ్రీ చాప్టర్ దెర్ ఇస్ ఏ క్వశ్చన్. ఎవ్రీ చాప్టర్ ఎంప్లాయీ కాస్ట్. ఎంప్లాయీ కాస్ట్ హౌ మెనీ టాపిక్స్ ఆల్రెడీ యాడ్ చేశాను చూడండి. సో దీస్ 5 టాపిక్స్ ఐ విల్ ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్. వన్ ఈస్ ద బేసిక్ మెథడ్స్ ఆఫ్ క్యాలిక్యులేషన్ ఆఫ్ ఎర్నింగ్స్ ఆఫ్ వర్కర్. ఆల్ మెథడ్స్ వేర్ కవరింగ్. ఇన్సెంటివ్, labor turnover rate, ideal time and overtime. All topics we are covering. So first one is the basic methods of calculation of earnings of worker. Break avuna avasam ledhu kada. So basic methods of calculation of earnings of worker. How many basic methods of calculation of earnings of worker? 2 basic methods are there. One is the time rate system, other one is the piece rate system. Earnings of worker is also called as a labor cost. First topic to be covered in the employee cost of the labor chapter is the basic methods of calculation of earnings of the workers. And if you want to solve the other model questions effectively, we should know the fundamental knowledge of basic methods of calculation of earnings of worker. How many basic methods are there? 2 basic methods are there. Time rate system and piece rate system. In case of time rate system, for calculation of earnings of worker, what is constrained? Number of hours worked by the worker will be constrained. Number of units produced by the worker will not be considered. So time rate system. Total earnings of worker is equal to number of hours worked into hourly rate. What is not considered in case of time rate system? What is not considered? Number of units produced by the worker will not be considered. In case of piece rate system, what is the formula for the total earnings of worker? Piece rate system. So total earnings is equal to number of units produced by the worker into piece rate. What is the meaning of piece rate? Wages per unit. In case of piece rate system, what is not considered? Number of units number of hours worked by the worker will not be considered. Only number of units produced by the worker only will be considered. Go through the question number 1. Question number 12. 12 of our revision material. Calculate the endings of worker A, worker B, worker C and the straight piece rate system and the time rate system from the following particulars. Normal wage rate is 18 rupees. Standard time per unit is the 1 minute. What is the meaning of standard time? Time given by employer to the employee to complete the task. That is called time. Standard time is also called as a what? Time allowed. Is also called as a time allowed. What is the standard time per unit? 1 minute. Output per day is worker A 384, worker B 450, worker C 552 units. Working hours per day is the 8 hours. First, for these three workers, you want to calculate the wage as per the time unit system. Calculation of earnings of worker. Calculation of earnings of workers as per time rate system. What is the formula? Number of hours worked into hourly rate. Worker A. How many number of units produced by the worker A? 384. We don't want to consider. We will consider only number of hours worked into 18 rupees. 144. Worker B. How many units are produced by the worker B? 450. We will not consider. Only 8 hours into 18 is equal to 144. Worker C. How many units are produced by the worker C? 552. We will not consider the 552. Only 8 hours into 18. In case of time rate system, what happened? Irrespective of the number of units produced by the three workers, each and every worker is entitled for the same amount of the wages. Next one is the calculation of earnings of the worker as per PRS. What is the meaning of PRS? Piece rate system. What is the formula for the total earnings? Number of units produced into piece rate. Number of units produced into piece rate. What is not considered in case of piece rate system? Number of hours worked by the worker will not be considered in case of the piece rate system. But piece rate information is not given in the question. What is the meaning of standard time? Standard time or time allowed? What is the meaning of standard time or the time allowed? Time given by the employer to the employee, given by the employer to the employee to complete the assigned task or the given task. Standard time or time allowed. Time given by the employer to the employee to complete the given task. What is the standard time per unit? Standard time per unit is equal to how much? 1 minute. So, therefore, standard output per minute is equal to 1 unit. Correct? Na? Standard time per unit is equal to 1 minute. So therefore, standard output per minute is equal to 1 unit. If I take 1 minute, if I take 1 minute time, within that 1 minute time, how many units I have to produce? 1 unit I have to produce. Therefore, standard output per hour. If I take the 1 hour, how many units I have to produce? 60 units I have to produce. Suppose standard time per unit is the 15 minutes. Standard time per unit is the 15 minutes. Therefore, what standard output per hour? Standard time per unit is the 15 minutes. And in order to complete the 1 unit, how much time I have to take? 15 minutes I have to take. What is the standard output per hour? Within 1 hour, how many units I have to produce? 4 units I have to produce. Suppose standard time per unit is the 20 minutes. What is the standard output per hour? Indra Naina. Standard time per unit is the 20 minutes. If I take 20 minutes, I have to produce the 1 unit. What is standard output per hour? Standard output per hour is the 3 units. Standard time per unit is the 1 minute. Therefore, standard output per hour is the 6 units. Piece rate information is not given in the question. Piece rate is equal to hourly rate divided by standard output per hour. Standard output per hour. What is the hourly rate? ఒక అవర్కి ఎంత ఇస్తారు? 18 రూపీస్ ఇస్తారు. 1 అవర్లో ఎన్ని యూనిట్స్ ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేయాలి? 60 యూనిట్స్ ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేయాలి. అంటే ఇండైరెక్ట్గా ఒక్కొక్క యూనిట్కి ఎంత ఇస్తున్నట్టు? 30 పైసా. ఇండైరెక్ట్లీ దే ఆర్ సేయింగ్ దట్ ఫర్ ఈచ్ అండ్ ఎవ్రీ యూనిట్ హౌ మచ్ దే ఆర్ పేయింగ్? 30 paisa they are paying. The piece rate information is not directly given. The formula for the piece rate is the hourly rate into standard output per hour. Therefore, as per the piece rate system, total earnings of the A is equal to 384 into 0.3. B is equal to 450 into 0.3. C is equal to piece rate system. Basic methods are the time rate system and the piece rate system. Next one is the incentive plans. Next one is the incentive plans. In case of time rate system, what is one of the disadvantages? Even the worker is produced the more number of units but is entitled for the same amount of wages. In order to overcome the disadvantages of the time rate system, there is a concept of the incentive plans. If any worker producing the more number of units is entitled for the more wages. So incentive plans. What is the meaning of incentive? Incentive means stimulation of, అంటే encouraging, motivating, stimulation of efforts of the workers. Stimulation of the efforts of the worker by offering monetary or the non-monetary benefits. Monetary or the non-monetary benefits is called as a incentive plan. By offering the non-monetary or the monetary benefits, we are encouraging the workers to produce the more number of units. Generally, incentive plans will be introduced in case of time rate system. So, as per our syllabus, there are the two incentive plans are there. One is the Halsey plan, the other one is the Rowan plan. Under the Halsey plan, what we will discuss? What are the set of rules and regulations to be followed for calculation of earnings of worker as per the Halsey plan? What is the rule number 1 of the Halsey plan? Standard time is specified for standard time is specified for every kind of work. Standard time is specified for every kind of work. And whenever the employer assigning the work to the employee, he will specify the what is the time within which work to be. Suppose so one person is responsible for the painting. Whenever the painting work is assigned to the employee will specify the time within which painting work to be completed. Standard time is specified for the every kind of work. Next one, bonus is paid. What is the meaning? Sorry, it guarantees the time wages. It guarantees the time wages. It guarantees the time wages. What is the meaning of it guarantees the time wages? Even though worker has produced the less number of units but is entitled for the time wages. What is the formula for the time wages? Number of hours worked into hourly rate. What is the third one? Bonus is paid. Bonus is paid if time is saved. I have been assigned with the painting work. So whenever the painting work is assigned to myself, my employer is saying that I have to complete the painting work within the 50 hours. But I have taken only 45 hours. How much time is saved for my employer? 5 hours. Then only I will be entitled for the bonus. What is the meaning of bonus? Extra payment. Point number 4. What is amount of bonus payable? Amount of bonus payable is equal to 50% of wages of the time saved. Amount of bonus payable is equal to 50% of wages of the time saved. Ante 50% means half or 0.5 into time saved into hourly rate. Time saved into hourly rate means wages of time saved. What are the total earnings as per the Halsey plan, time wages plus bonus. What is the formula for the time wages? Number of hours worked into hourly. This is the time wages plus bonus formula is the half into or 0.5 into time saved into hourly rate. It is the formula for the total earnings as per the Halsey plan. So now, four basic rules are there. Standard time is specified for the every kind of work. It guarantees the time wages. Bonus is paid if time is saved. How much? What is amount of bonus payable? 50% of wages of the time saved. I have added the one question. 2026 January question, very recent examination question. Not only in this attempt, every attempt, 2026 January or 26 May, every attempt. So without Halsey and Rowan model, there is no question paper. Prati attempt lo undalsundi. Yes. Worker X, how many marks question? 4 marks question. Worker X of ABC Manufacturing Limited was assigned a job of 101. Job number 101. He began the job on 1st June at the 9 a.m. 1st June 9 a.m. He completed the 4th June at the 12 p.m. There are 9 working hours in a day, starting from the 9 a.m. onwards. Work done approved was 1800 units. Other information, standard quantity per hour is 45 minutes per hour. 45 minutes per hour. What is the time allowed per unit? What is the time allowed per unit, sir? 60 minutes divided by 45 units kada. 60 minutes లో పెన్ని ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేయాలి వాడు 45 యూనిట్స్ ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేయాలి కదా. ఒక్కొక్క యూనిట్కి ఎంత టైం ఇచ్చినట్టు? స్టాండర్డ్ క్వాంటిటీ పర్ అవర్ 45 యూనిట్స్ పర్ అవర్. వాట్ ద స్టాండర్డ్ టైం పర్ యూనిట్? ఒరే 45 యూనిట్స్ 60 మినిట్స్ ఇస్తారా? ఒక్కొక్క యూనిట్కి ఎంతరా? 60 divided by 45 is equal to, so 1 point for each and every unit how much time is given? 1.333 minutes given. Wage rate is 150 rupees per hour. Halsey bonus is the 50% of time saved. You are required to calculate remuneration of worker X on the base of Halsey and Rowan. First Halsey basis prakaram. If you want to calculate on the base of Halsey, what is the required information? Halsey time taken. Ante time taken means number of hours worked అని కదా. సో ఎప్పటి నుంచి వర్క్ చేస్తున్నాడు? ఎప్పటి నుంచి స్టార్ట్ చేస్తాడు వర్క్? So he started the work on June 1st. So June 1st, how many hours he has worked, sir? 9 hours. June 2 also, how many hours worked? 9 hours. So June 3 also, how many hours worked, sir? 9 hours. June 4, how many hours are worked? 3 hours only worked. Why? Because he stopped the work at 12 p.m. stop చేస్తాడు కదా. How many hours he has worked? 30 hours he has worked. Time taken. What is the number of units produced? Number of units produced is the 1800 is the number of units produced. What is the time allowed? ఎంత టైం తీసుకోవచ్చు వాడు? 1800 into 1.33333 minutes. For each and every time, for each and every unit, how much time is allowed? So 1800 into, so 1.3333333. How much, sir? 2400 hours he can take. But he has taken only 1800 hours. But he can take the 2400 hours he can take. వాడు చేసిన పనికి ఎంత టైం తీసుకోవచ్చు వాడు? 2400 hours తీసుకోవచ్చు. Whatever the work he has completed, in respect of the work completed, how many hours he can take? 2400. But he has taken only 30 hours. So 2400 minutes he can take. 2400 minutes means 40 hours he can take. 2400 minutes kada, 1.333 minutes kada. 2400 minutes he can take. 2400 minutes is also called as a 40. He can take the 40 hours, but he has taken only 30 hours. So therefore time saved is equal to time allowed minus time taken. 40 minus 30 is equal to 10 hours is the time saved. Therefore total earnings as per the Halsey plan. So 30 hours into what is the hourly rate? 150 rupees. This is the time wages. What is the bonus? Half into 10 into 150 rupees. So 30 into 150 is equal to 4500 plus 750 is equal to 5250. 5250. Effective rate of earnings formula. What is the effective rate of earnings formula? total innings divided by number of hours worked. What are the total innings? 5250. What are the number of hours worked? Yes, worked for 30 hours. And including the bonus, what is effective rate of inning? Including the bonus, what is innings per hour? Including the bonus, what is innings per hour? 5250 divided by 30. Including the bonus, what is innings per hour? 175. Normal rate is the 150. For the same question, what they are asking? For the same one, what they are asking? Row 1 plan also they are asking. Row 1. No. For the row 1 plan, what are the rules and regulations to be followed for calculation of innings of worker as per the row 1 plan? Row 1 plan. In case of row 1 plan, rules and regulations are standard time is specified for every kind of work. Same rule. It guarantees the time wages. Same rule. Bonus is paid if time is saved. Same. First three rules are same as in case of Halsey and row 1. Third point is the bonus is paid if time is saved. Amount of bonus payable is proportionate of time wages on the basis of time saved to time allowed. So therefore bonus formula is equal to time waste into time saved divided by time allowed. Proportionate of on the basis of time saved to time allowed. So therefore total innings formula is equal to, so time wages plus bonus. What are the time wages formula? Number of hours worked into hourly rate. Bonus formula time wages into time saved divided by time allowed. So time allowed. In the given question, so time taken is equal to 30 hours, but time allowed is the 40 hours. Time saved is equal to 10 hours. Hourly rate is equal to 150. Therefore, total innings is equal to, so 30 hours into 150. So what is the total bonus? 4,500 into 10 divided by 40. 10 divided by 40 is equal to 30 into 150. 4,500 plus 1,125. Total is the 5,625. 5,625. I have added the two more questions on the basis of the 2 or 3 more questions on the basis of the Halsey and row 1 plan. Different model questions are there, but very important model questions only I have added. So please go through the 14th question that was given in the 2025 September 5 marks question. This is also the Halsey and row 1, but different way of presentation. The following information relates to the two workers Ajay and Vijay, but in our material A and B. I think in our material 18th question or the 19th question. Ajay and Vijay who are engaged in the production of same product by using the same raw material. Time allowed to make the product is the 40 hours. Time allowed. Actual time taken to complete the product 32 hours by Ajay, 30 hours by Vijay. Normal wage rate is the same for both the workers. Bonus payment plan is also 50% plan for the Ajay, row 1 plan for the Vijay. Factory overhead recovery rate is the 360 rupees per hour for actual time taken by each worker. Factory cost for the product, for each worker. Factory cost of product which is made by the worker Ajay is the 1,24,800. Factory cost of product which is made by Vijay is the 1,24,800. What is the object of the question? Compute the normal hourly wage rate. Compute the cost of the material used. Both Ajay and Vijay, they made the same kind of product. They used the same raw material. So, but worker Ajay, for the Ajay wages are paid as per the wholesale plan. Vijay is paid as per the row 1 plan. What is the time taken by the Ajay? 32 hours. Time taken by Vijay is the 30 hours. Now, so here, what is the formula for the factory cost? Direct material plus direct labor plus direct expenses plus these three are prime cost plus production overhead is equal to factory cost. But in the given question, what was not there? Direct expenses is not there. Plus opening work in progress minus closing work in progress will get the what? Factory cost. But in the given question, direct expenses is not given. Opening work in progress is not given. Closing work in progress also not given. So therefore, based on the given information, factory cost is equal to what? Direct material plus direct labor plus production overhead is equal to factory cost. Both are using the same raw material, but how much cost of the raw material not given in the question. So direct labor, direct labor means wages plus time wages plus bonus. To the Ajay, wages are paid as per the wholesale plan. To the Vijay, wages are paid as per the row 1 plan. So factory cost of product made by Ajay is the factory cost of product made by Ajay is the 1,24,800. So we are assuming the direct material is equal to X. Hourly rate is equal to Y. Hourly rate is equal to Y. So direct material is, in the place of direct material we are taking the X. In the place of direct labor, that wages are paid as per the wholesale plan. What is the formula? Time wages plus bonus. Production overhead. Number of hours worked into. How much production overhead adding for each and every hour? 360 rupees. 360 rupees is equal to 1,24,800. X plus time wages is the number of hours worked into hourly rate. So bonus is the half into, so time saved into hourly rate plus number of hours worked in case of Ajay 32 into 360 rupees. కొంచెమన్నా రెస్పాండ్ అవ్వండిరా, మరి దారుణం రా అసలు. అటు చూస్తూ ఉంటారు ఏంట్రా. 1,24,800. X plus number of hours worked is the 32 hours into Y. Bonus half into time saved is the 8 hours. Hourly rate is the Y. Plus 32 into 360. 11,520 is equal to 1,24,800. X plus 32Y plus 4Y plus 11,520 is equal to 1,24,800. X plus 36Y is equal to 1,24,800 minus 11,520. 11,520. X plus 36Y is equal to X plus 36Y is equal to 1,24,800 minus 11,520. 1,13,280. Equation number 1. This is the equation of the factory cost of the product made by the worker Ajay. Factory cost of product made by worker Vijay. How much worker Vijay? 1,24,800. So direct material cost, direct labor cost plus production overhead is equal to 1,24,800 What are the direct material cost? X. Direct labor, time wages plus bonus. So how many hours are taken? 30 hours into what the production overhead? 360 rupees is equal to 1 lakh 24,800. So X plus time wages 30 hours into Y. Bonus is time wages 30Y into time saved is the 10 hours. Time allowed is the 40 hours plus 30 into 360. 10,800 is equal to 1 lakh 24,800. X plus 30Y plus 1 by 4. Just 7.5Y. Antena is equal to 1 lakh 24,800 minus 10,800. 1 lakh 14,000. So X plus 37.5 Y is equal to 1 lakh 14,000. Equation number 2. What is the equation 1? X plus 36Y is equal to 1 lakh 13,280. 1 lakh 13,280. Equation number 1. We are doing the equation 2 minus 1. Cancel. This one is the 1.5Y is equal to. So 1 lakh 14,000. 1 lakh 14,000 minus 1 lakh 13,000. 1 lakh 14,000 minus 1 lakh 13,280 is the 720. Therefore, Y is equal to 720 divided by 1.5. 720 divided by 1.5 is equal to 480. Hourly rate enta 480 rupees per hour. Substituting the Y value either in the equation 1 or the equation 2 will get the X value. What they are asking? Normal hourly rate and the cost of material. If you are substituting the Y value in the equation 1, what is the equation 1? X plus 36 into 480 is equal to 1 lakh 13,280. X plus 36 into 480. 1 lakh 17,280 is equal to 1 lakh 13,280. Therefore, X is equal to 1 lakh 13,280 minus 1 lakh 13,280 minus 17,280. What are the material cost enta? 96,000. Material cost is the 96,000. That is one more model question with regard to the Halsey and Rowan. Question number 15 given in the 2025 May. లేబర్ కంప్లీట్ చేసుకుని వెళ్దాం. May. This is also one more model question. In our material, I think 17th or the 15th question in our material. A plastic manufacturing company is operating with an employment of 128 skilled worker. In our material question, 10 workers. A plastic manufacturing company is operating with an employment of 128 skilled workers. The product is in a great demand. The company desires to increase the production to meet the market demand, but it is short of the skilled worker. The company finds extremely difficult to find the new skilled workers to fulfill its demand. How many workers are there? 128 workers are there. The company is considering the introduction of incentive scheme, either Halsey or the Rowan, of wage payment for increasing the labor productivity to cope up with the increased demand. Presently, they are following the time rate system. That's why employees are not producing the more number of units. In order to increase the production, in order to motivate the workers to produce the more number of units, so he is giving information to the employees that going forward, I want to pay the wages either as per the Halsey or the Rowan. అంటే Previously used to pay the wage as per the time period system. What is the disadvantage of time period system? Employees intentionally will produce the less number of units. The company believes that if the proposed incentive scheme could bring about an average of 15% increase over the present earnings of the worker, it could act as a sufficient incentive for them to produce the more with increased efficiency. అంటే presently earnings is the per hour 100 rupees అనుకోండి. So because of incentive plan, if their earnings are increased to at least 115 rupees, they will be satisfied and they produce the more number of units. The following The following data is worth consideration is measuring the increase in the productivity for the month of the April 2025. What is the hourly rate? Guaranteed normal wage rate 30 rupees. Previously, what is their hourly rate? 30 rupees. Maximum time allowed to produce 1 unit by worker is the 2 point. If the worker producing the 1 unit, how much is time allowed? 2.5 hours. Number of working days in the month is the 25. Number of working hours per day of each worker is the 8 hours. Actual production during the month of April 12,500. This 12,500 they produced after introduction of the announcement of the incentive scheme either Harse or the Rowan. Calculate effective rate of earnings under the Halsey scheme, under the Rowan scheme. What is the formula for the effective rate of earnings? Total earnings divided by number of hours worked. How many workers are there total? How many workers are there total? 120 workers. 128 workers are there. So time taken or number of hours worked. How many workers are there? 126 workers into 8 hours. 126 into 8 will get number of hours worked of the 1 day. Like that, how many days they worked? 25 days they worked. 25,200 hours they worked. All the workers together. So time taken are the number of hours worked. Time allowed. What is the actual production? Actual production of 126 workers already given in the question. 128 తప్పు వచ్చింది ఇక్కడ 128 into 8 into 25 days 25,600 hours. What is the actual production of 128 workers during the 25 days? Actual production is equal to what is the actual production? Actual production is the 12,500 units they produced. 12,500 units. 12,500 units they produced. Time taken is 25,600 hours. Actual production is 12,500 units. Actual production is the 12,500 units. 12,500 units. So time allowed per unit. Time allowed per unit is the 2.5 hours. Total time allowed. What is the meaning of total time allowed? How many hours they can take for the total production? 12,500 into 2.5. 12,500 hours into 2.5. How much? 31,250 hours. But how many hours they have taken? 25,600 hours only they have taken. Therefore, time saved is equal to. So 31,250 minus 25,600. 5,650 hours are saved. 5,650 hours are saved. What is the normal hourly rate? Normal hourly rate is the 30 rupees is the normal hourly rate. Total earnings as per the Halsey plan. Total earnings as per the Halsey. So number of hours worked into hourly rate plus bonus is the half into time saved into hourly rate. Number of hours worked is the 25,600 into 30 rupees. So 0.5 into time saved is the 5650 into 30 rupees. What is the total? So 25,600 into 30, 7,68,000 plus, so no, 0.5 into 5,600, 0.5 into 5,000, 5,650 into 30 rupees, 84,750 rupees. 7,68,000 plus 84,750, 8,52,750 rupees. Therefore, effective rate of earnings 8,52,750 divided by number of hours worked is the 25,600. So divide by 25,600 is equal to 33.3105. Next one is the total earnings as per. Next one is the total earnings as per the row 1 plan. Total earnings as per. Total earnings as per the row 1 plan. Total earnings as per the row 1 plan. Time wages plus bonus. Number of hours worked into hourly rate is the time wages plus time waste into time saved divided by time allowed. So here the 7,68,000 is the time wages plus bonus. 7,68,000 into 5,650 divided by time allowed is the total time allowed is the 31,250. 31,250. So therefore 7,68,000 plus 5,650 divided by 31,250 into 7,68,000. అంతేనా 1,38,854.4. 7,68,000 plus 1,38,854.4 is equal to 9,06,854.4. Effective rate of earnings is equal to 9,06,854.4 divided by number of hours worked is the 25,600 divided by 25,600 is the 35.424. 35.424. That is effective rate of earnings. What is the first question? Effective rate of earnings and the Halsey and row 1. And the Halsey plan. And the Halsey plan. Effective Halsey plan. Effective rate of earnings is equal. Effective rate of earnings is equal to 33.310. So under the row 1 plan. Under the row 1 plan. Effective rate of earnings is equal to 35.424. What is the second part of the question? Calculate the increased labor efficiency and reduction of incentive scheme. What is the percentage of efficiency formula? Percentage of efficiency formula. In case of standard costing, percentage of efficiency formula. So now, efficiency formula, standard hours divided by actual hours into 100. Standard hours means time allowed. What is the time allowed here? Time allowed is the, so 31,250. Time taken is the 25,600 into 100. So 31,250 divided by, so 25,600 into 100. What is the efficiency? 122% approximately. Efficiency increased by 22%. This is the standard costing linked question. Standard costing related linked question, this one. Percentage of efficiency increased by the worker is the 22%. Concentrate the fourth sub question. Third sub question తర్వాత చేద్దాం. ఫస్ట్ fourth sub question చూడండి. What are the fourth sub question? Advise the company about the selection of the scheme to fulfill their assurance. Advise the company about the selection of the schemes to fulfill their assurance. How much assurance they have given? After induction of the incentive scheme, employer has given the promise that your hourly rate of earnings to be increased minimum 15%. So before induction of incentive scheme, what were their hourly rate? 30 rupees. After induction of incentive scheme, as per the wholesale plan, what is their hourly rate? 33.3105. As per the row 1, 35.425. So percentage of increase in earnings of worker as per wholesale plan is equal to 3.3105 divided by 30. Previously how much hourly rate? 30. Now as per the wholesale 33.3105. How much increased? 3.3105 increased. 3.3105 divided by 30 into 100. How much percentage increased? 10. కాదురా నాయన, అంతకుముందు అవర్లీ రేట్ 30 రూపాయలు వచ్చేదిరా. హాల్సే ప్లాన్ ప్రకారం ఎంత వస్తుంది? 33.3. ఎంత పర్సంటేజ్ పెరిగింది అంటున్నాడు వాడు. ఇంక్రీజ్డ్ డివైడ్ బై ఇంక్రీజ్డ్ అమౌంట్ డివైడ్ బై ఆల్రెడీ ఎగ్జిస్టింగ్ అమౌంట్ ఇంటూ 100. సో హౌ మచ్ పర్సంటేజ్ ఇంక్రీజ్డ్? 11.05 or the 035. Percentage of increase as per the row 1 plan. Percentage of increase in earnings of worker as per row 1 plan. As per the row 1 plan, how much effective rate of earnings we got? 35.424. Previously 30 rupees. How much increased now? 5.424 divided by 30 rupees into 100. 5.424 divided by 5.424 divided by 30 into, so how much increased? 18.08. And if the employer wants to fulfill his assurance, so he has to pay the wage as per the row 1 plan. If he pay the wage as per the wholesale plan, earnings are increased by only 11.05%. If he wants to pay the wage as per the row 1 plan, their earnings are increased by 18.08. Minimum assurance given to the employer in relation to increasing of earnings after induction of incentive plan is 15%. So therefore, in order to fulfill the assurance which is given by the employer, so he has to pay the wage as per the row 1 plan, not as per the wholesale plan. ఇప్పుడు third part of the question. Advise the company about the selection of the scheme to fulfill their assurance. What is advice? Employer has to pay the wage as per the row 1 plan in order to fulfill their assurance. That is third part of the question. What is the third part of the question? Calculate the savings to plastic company in terms of direct labor cost per unit under the both the scheme. Earnings of the workers means labor cost for the earnings of the workers means labor cost for the employer. Yeah, for the employer, what are the labor cost per as per the old scheme? Labor cost per unit as per the old scheme. What is the labor cost per unit as per the old scheme? 2.5 over kada. What is the time allowed? 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours into 30 rupees. What is that? 75 rupees. If you don't want to pay the bonus, if you don't want to pay the incentives, employees will take the 2.5 hours per unit. As per the old plan, before induction of the incentive plan, what is the time taken, time allowed? Both are the same. What is the time allowed? 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours into 30 is equal to 75 rupees is the labor cost per unit before induction of the incentive plan. What are the total earnings of the workers as per Halsey plan? Total earnings as the worker as per the Halsey plan. Total earnings of worker as per the Halsey plan. 8,52,750. 8,52,750. So this is the total earnings of the worker as per the Halsey plan, labor cost for the employer. This labor cost is paid for how many number of units? 12,500 units. So therefore labor cost per unit is equal to, so now 8,52,750 divided by 12,500, 68.22. What is the labor cost per unit as per the Halsey plan? 68.22. What is the old labor cost per unit? 75. Therefore, savings per unit, savings in the labor cost per unit is equal to 75 minus 68.22. 6.78. 6.78. Can you calculate the savings in the labor cost per unit as per the row 1 plan? What are the total earnings of the worker as per the row 1 plan? Total earnings of the worker as per the row 1 plan. Total earnings of the worker as per row 1 plan. As per row 1 plan. Total earnings of worker as per the row 1 plan is equal to 9 lakhs. 9,06,854. 9,06,854. This is nothing but a labor cost for the employer. What is the labor cost per unit? 9,06,854 divided by 12,500. 9,06,854. 9,06,854 divided by 12,500. We'll get the 72.554 or the 5. As per the new scheme, what is the labor cost per unit in case of row 1 plan? 72.5. What are the savings in the labor cost now as per the row 1 plan? 75 minus 72.5. What are the savings? 2.5 rupees or 2.5 something. That is one of the repeated model question with regard to Halsey and row 1. These three questions are Halsey and row 1 model. Next three questions are labor turnover. Next three questions are labor turnover. What is the meaning of labor turnover? What is the meaning of labor turnover, sir? Change in labor force. What is the meaning of labor force? Number of workers. Change in the labor force, change in the number of workers during the given period of time. During the given period of time, maybe quarter or the 1 month or the year, during the given period of time. So due to various reasons, reasons might be resignation, retirement, superannuation, death or disablement or any other personal reasons. Suppose on 1st April 2025, number of workers are 1000 workers are there. But on 31st March 2026, but for the year ending, only 900 workers are there. 100 workers are changing because of some workers are left, some workers are joining. But by the end of the period, how many workers are there? 900 workers are there. How much change in the labor force? 100 workers are changing in the labor force. Is nothing but a labor turnover rate. Labor turnover rate refers to change in the labor force during the given period of time due to the various reasons. So labor turnover rate is the good sign for the organization or the bad sign for the organization? Bad sign for the organization, because the employees, more labor turnover rate means more employees are leaving the organization. More employees are leaving the organization means organization unable to retain the efficient employees or the experienced employees. We know the experienced employees are leaving the organization. We have to recruit the new workers and we have to give the training. So the efficiency of the worker during the initial period of time is the lower. Automatically cost of production will be automatically increasing. Always every organization want to have lower labor turnover rate. There are three methods of calculation of the labor turnover rate. First method is there are three methods of calculation of labor turnover rate. There are three methods of calculation of labor turnover rate. Three methods of calculation of the labor turnover rate. What are the three methods? First method is the separation method. What is the formula for the separation method? Labor turnover rate is equal to number of separations divided by average number of workers. Number of separations divided by average number of workers into 100. What is the meaning of number of separations? Number of workers left plus number of workers discharged. Number of separations means number of workers left plus number of workers discharged. What is the meaning of number of workers left? He discontinued the service of organization. So he left the organization, he discontinued the service of organization without giving the proper notice to the employer. What is the meaning of number of workers discharged? He discontinued the service with the organization by giving the proper notice to the organization. A, B, both discontinued their services, but A discontinued without proper intimation. B discontinued after giving the proper intimation. What is the formula for the average number of workers? Number of workers at the beginning of period plus number of workers at the end of the period divided by the 2. Number of separations ante number of workers left plus number of workers discharged is equal as number of separations. What is the average number of workers? Indra average number of workers kuda teliyadara. Number of workers at the beginning of the period divided by plus number of workers at the end of the period divided by the 2. That is the first method of calculation of the labor turnover rate is the separation method. Second method of calculation of labor turnover rate is the replacement method. Number of replacements divided by average number of workers into 100. What is the meaning of number of replacements? Number of re-recruitments or number of new workers are recruited for filling the vacancies. వెళ్ళిపోయిన వాళ్ళ places లో recruit చేశాము. Number of new workers are recruited. Number of new workers are recruited. So for filling vacancies. So suppose we have recruited the 150 workers during the current year. Out of 150 workers, 50 workers are recruited for filling the vacancies. 100 workers are recruited for expansion purpose. Therefore, number of replacements is equal to total recruitments are made 150. I am saying that 50 recruitments are made for filling the vacancies. 100 recruitments are made for the expansion purpose. So number of replacements is equal to దుర్మార్గులారా ఎట్లా ఉన్నారు ఇంద్ర? I am saying replacement method. Formula for the replacement method. Number of replacements divided by average number of workers into 100. What is the meaning of number of replacements? Number of replacements is equal to number of new workers are recruited for filling the vacancies. I am saying that 150 workers are recruited. Out of 150 workers are recruited, 50 workers are recruited for filling the vacancies, 100 workers are recruited for the expansion purpose because of opening the new branches. So therefore number of replacements is equal to 50 is the number of replacements. The workers are recruited for filling the vacancies is called as a replacements. Next one is the third method is the flux method. Third method is the flux method. In case of flux method, what is the formula for the labor turnover rate? So number of separations plus number of accessions, number of separations plus number of accessions divided by average number of workers into 100. Number of separations, already we know that number of separations means number of workers left plus number of workers discharged. What is the meaning of number of accessions? Number of accessions is equal to total recruitments are made. So for total recruitments are made during the current period. Whether the recruitments are made on account of filling the vacancies or recruitments are made for the expansion purpose or the some other reason. So please go through the question number. Please go through the question number 16. From the following data given by the personnel department, calculate the labor turnover rate by applying separation method, replacement method and flux method. Number of workers on the payroll. What is the meaning of payroll? Payroll is a statement or the register which shows the particulars of the workers. Number of workers at the beginning of the month is the 900. Number of workers at the end of the month is the 1100. So therefore average number of workers is average number of workers is equal to 900 plus 1100 divided by 2. 1000 number of workers is the average number of workers. During the month, 10 workers are left, 40 persons are discharged. Left plus discharged is equal to separations. During the month of 10 workers are left, 40 workers are discharged. Left plus discharged is equal to separations. 150 workers are recruited. Of these, 25 workers are recruited in the vacancies, those leaving, while the rest were engaged for the expansion. So out of 150 workers, 25 workers are recruited for filling the vacancies. 125 workers are recruited for expansion. So 25 is equal to replacements. 150 is equal to number of accessions. What is their objective? They are asking that. What they are asking? They are asking from the following data given by the personnel department, calculate the labor turnover rate by applying the separation method, replacement method and a flux method. Number of workers at the beginning of month is the 900. Number of workers at the end of the month is the 1100. Average number of workers is equal to number of workers is equal to number of workers at the beginning of the period. Number of workers at the beginning of the period plus number of workers at the end of the period. Number of workers at the end of the period. Divided by the 2. Number of workers at the beginning of period is the 1100. 900. End of the period is the 1100. Divided by 2 is equal to 1000. So number of separations is equal to number of workers left plus number of workers discharged. Left means they discontinued their services without giving the proper intimation. Discharged means discontinued their services after giving the proper intimation. Here the question. 10 plus 40 is equal to 50. So number of replacements, number of replacements is equal to, what is the number of replacements? 25. So number of accessions is equal to, 150 is the number of accessions. Labor turnover rate as per the separation method. Labor turnover rate as per the separation method is equal to 50 divided by 1000 into 100 is equal to 5%. So number of separations as per the, labor turnover rate as per the replacement method is equal to, so 25 divided by 1000 into 100 is equal to 2.5%. So labor turnover rate as per the flux method is equal to, so 50 plus 150 divided by 1000 into 100 is equal to 20 percentage. In the given question, information given for which period? In the given question, information given for which period? Given for the 1 month period kadara. So number of workers at the beginning of the month, number of workers at the end of the month అంటున్నాడు కదా. There is one more object of the question. Examination ఇంకోటి కూడా ఇస్తారు మనకు, ఏంటది? ఈక్వలెంట్ annual labor turnover rate. Equivalent annual labor turnover rate. Equivalent annual labor turnover rate. Equivalent annual labor turnover rate. What is the formula for the equivalent annual labor turnover rate? Number of days of the given period. కాదు కాదు. Labor turnover rate of the given period divided by labor turnover rate of the given period divided by labor turnover rate of the given period divided by number of days in the given period, number of days in the given period into 365 days. What are the, in case of separation method, what are the labor turnover rate of the given period? 5% divided by number of days in the given period. Which month they are not specifying, that's why we'll take the 30 days. For 30 days, what is the rate? 5%. So for 365 days, what is the rate? 60.83. So next one is the, for the replacement method. So 2.5% for 30 days. So therefore for 365 days, so 30.41. Next one is the flux method. Next one is the flux method. 20% for how many days? 30 days. Therefore for 365 days, 243.33%. The formula for the equivalent annual labor turnover rate is the labor turnover rate of the given period divided by number of days in the given period into 365 days. Go through the 17th question that was the given in 2025 May. Following information is given for the newly set up organization for the year ended 31st March 2020 for the year ended. Number of workers replaced during the year is 78. Number of workers left and discharged is the 28. Employee turnover rate using the separation method is 3.5 percentage. So now compute the employee turnover rate using the replacement method and flux method. Replacement method and flux method. What is the formula for the replacement method? In case of labor turnover rate based on the replacement method, number of replacements divided by average number of workers into 100. But average number of workers information is not given. That average number of workers information you want to calculate based on these two information. What are the two information? Number of workers left and discharged. Next one is the employee turnover rate using the separation method. By simplifying these two information, you want to find out the average number of workers. Later you want to apply the replacement method. How many replacements are there? That 78 replacements are there. First one is the calculation of average number of workers. So calculation of average number of workers. Calculation of average number of workers. Number of separations is equal to number of workers left plus number of workers left plus number of workers discharged. What are the number of workers left? 28. Throughout the next one, labor turnover rate as per separation method is equal to 0.035. 3.5% ante 0.0035. We are not multiplying with the 100. So therefore 0.035 is equal to number of separations divided by average number of workers. Therefore average number of workers is equal to therefore average number of workers is equal to, so now number of separations divided by 0.035. What are the number of separations? 28 divided by 0.035. How much? 800 workers. Therefore LTR as per the replacement method. LTR as per replacement method. As per replacement method is equal to number of replacements divided by average number of workers. What are the number of replacements? 78 divided by 800 into 100. 9.75. Next one is LTR as per the flux method. LTR as per flux method. LTR as per the flux method. So number of separations plus number of accessions divided by average number of workers into 100. So labor assumption is that number of separations are 28. Assumption is that total recruitments are made on account of replacements only, for filling the vacancies only. So that's why 78 divided by average number of workers are 800. So 116 divided by 800 into 100. 10.25 or the something, so and so percentage. 13.25%. 106, 116. 106 కదా. 20 plus 70, 90, 8 plus 8, 16, 90 plus 16, 106, 116 కదా. అప్పుడు ఎంత వస్తుంది? 13.25%. 18th question, that is also labor turnover consequences question. Because of labor turnover, there is a profit of the company will be affected. Question number 18 is on the basis of how much profit is affected because of labor turnover. So మీ attempt కి అడగొచ్చా క్వశ్చన్ నెంబర్ 18 మోడల్. క్వశ్చన్ నెంబర్ 18 మోడల్. Question number 18. The management of BR Limited is worried about their increase in the employee turnover in the factory. Before analyzing the causes and taking remedial steps, it wants to have an idea of profit foregone as a result of employee turnover in the last year. What is the meaning of that paragraph? During the last year, more labor turnover. Before analyzing the reasons and before analyzing the what are the remedial steps to be taken to decrease the labor turnover, they want to have an idea of the profit lost because of labor turnover in the last year. Last year చాలా లేబర్ టర్నోవర్ ఉంది. సో వాళ్ళు దానికి రీజన్స్ కనుక్కునే ముందు, అది ఎలా తగ్గించాలో ఆలోచించే ముందు, లేబర్ టర్నోవర్ వల్ల ఎంత ప్రాఫిట్ పోయిందో కనుక్కుందాం అనుకుంటున్నారు లాస్ట్ ఇయర్. వాట్ ద object of the question, how much profit lost during the last year because of employee turnover. Last year sales amounted to 83 lakhs 3,300. Last year sales PV ratio is nothing but a, we know that in case of marginal costing we have an idea that PV ratio nothing but a contribution ratio. What is the PV ratio formula? Contribution divided by sales into 100. Here assuming that PV ratio is nothing but a profit ratio. What is the formula for the profit ratio? Profit divided by sales into 100. How much PV ratio they are saying that 20%. And if your 100 rupees is the sales, what is the profit? 20 rupees is the profit. What is the last year amount of sales is what? 83 lakhs 3,300. So last year they made the sales ante, how did they make the sales? Sales ఎలా వస్తుంది వాళ్ళకి? Because workers are manufacturing the goods, those goods are sold in the outside market, then only they get the sales. Last year sales they made because of the support of the employees of the organization is at 83 lakhs 3,300. The total number of actually worked by the direct employee force was, last year how many hours they worked? 4,45,000 hours they worked. Because of working the 4,45,000 hours, how much they sales they made? 83 lakhs 3,300 sales they made. The actual direct employees hours included, ante this 4,45,000 hours included 30,000 hours attributable to related to training of the new recruits, out of which half of the hours were unproductive. What is the meaning of that one? Total they worked for 4,45,000 hours they worked. Out of 4,45,000, so new employee hours are, new recruits hours are 30,000 hours are the new recruits hours. Existing employees hours are 4,15,000 hours. 4,15,000. These are productive only. These are productive. And they worked effectively worked. Out of 15,000, how many productive hours are there? Work chesina gantalu. How many productive hours are there? 30,000 is the 15,000 is the productive hours. So remaining 15,000 is the unproductive hours. Remaining 15,000 they spent for what? Training. Therefore, out of 4,45,000, what is the productive hours? This 4,15,000 is the productive hours. This 15,000 is the productive hours. This 15,000 is not the productive. What are the total productive hours? 4,30,000 is the productive hours. What is the meaning of that one? Last year they made the sales of 83 lakhs 3,300. They made the sales because employees worked for how many hours? So 4,15,000 plus 15,000. Last year they made the sales of 83 lakhs 3,300 sales because employees worked for how many hours? 4,30,000 hours. 4,30,000 hours. Next one. 1 lakh as a result of delays by the personal department in filling the vacancies due to employee turnover. అంటే ఎంప్లాయీస్ వెళ్ళిపోయారు అనుకోండి, వేకెన్సీలు ఏర్పడతాయి. వేకెన్సీ ఏర్పడినప్పుడు ఏం చేయాలి? హెచ్ఆర్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ వెంటనే కొత్త వాళ్ళని రిక్రూట్ చేసి ఫిల్ చేయాలి. కానీ వాళ్ళు డిలే ఉంది వాళ్ళ దగ్గర, అందుకని ఎన్ని అవర్స్ పోయాయి? 1 lakh potential productive hours excluding the unproductive training hours were lost. And in addition to the training productive unproductive hours, these are the 1 lakh potential productive hours are lost because of delay by the personal department. So total how many hours are lost? Because of training given to the new workers, how many hours are lost? 15,000. Because of delay by the personal department, how many hours are lost? 1 lakh. What are the total? How many hours are lost? 1 lakh 15,000 hours are lost. 15,000 is lost because of training to the new recruits. 1 lakh hours are lost because of delay by the personal department. Next one. The cost incurred consequent to because of employee turnover revealed an analysis of the following. Because more employees are left to the organization, what are some costs are incurred? One is the settlement cost due to leaving, recruitment cost, selection cost, and the training cost. Assuming that potential production lost as a consequence of employee turnover could have been sold at prevailing prices. So account of employee turnover. Find out the profit foregone last year on account of employee turnover. So what is the objective of the question? Find out the profit foregone last year on account of employee turnover. Profit decreases because of two reasons. One reason is the if the income is decreasing, profit decreasing. One more reason, expenses are increasing, profit decreasing. Here the one reason for profit decreasing is less sales made. One reason for profit decreasing is the more expenditure incurred. This is the more expenditure incurred because of what? Employee turnover. Last year lo 83 lakhs. Last year lo enta sales చేశారమ్మా? 83 lakhs 3,000 83 lakhs 3,300 సేల్స్ చేశారు. ఎలాగా? సో 4,30,000 వర్క్ చేయడం వల్ల. సో ఎన్ని అవర్స్ పోయాయి? 15,000 అవర్స్ పోయాయి బికాస్ ఆఫ్ ట్రైనింగ్ టు ద న్యూ వర్కర్స్. మరి కొంచెమన్నా రెస్పాండ్ అవ్వండిరా. ఒకే కమ్యూనికేషన్ కొంచెం రెస్పాండ్ అప్పుడప్పుడు పాజిటివ్గా ఉండండి రా. చెప్పాలి కదా 6 అవర్స్ పాటు అదే రకంగా బాగుతూ ఉండాలంటే కొంచెమన్నా రెస్పాండ్ అవ్వాలి కదరా. 15,000 hours are lost because of training to the new employees. 1 lakh hours are lost. 1 lakh hours are lost because of delay in the personal department. In hours పోయాయి మొత్తం 1,15,000 hours పోయాయి. Last year they made the sales 83 lakhs 3,300 sales is made because of working of 4,30,000. ఈ అవర్స్ కూడా వర్క్ అయ్యి ఉంటే ఇంకో ఎక్స్ట్రా సేల్స్ వచ్చి ఉండేది కదా. How much amount of the sales lost because of labor turnover? 83 lakhs 3,300 sales made because of how many hours? 4,30,000. So therefore for 1,15,000 hours how much sales could not be made? Now so 83 lakhs 3,300 83 lakhs 83 lakhs 3,300 sales made because of working for 8,30,000 hours. So therefore how much sales could have been made for the 1,15,000? 83 lakhs 3,300 sales divided by into 1,15,000. Now how much amount of sales that could not be made because of labor turnover? 22 lakhs 20,650 sales could not be made because of the labor turnover. This amount of sales could not be made because of the labor turnover. How much profit could not be made because of sales not made? Into 20%. Into 20%. 4,44,130 profit could not be made because of the labor turnover. So this is because of sales not made. One more reason for profit decreasing is the more expenditure. There are the two reasons for profit decreasing. One reason is the less income. One reason is the more expenditure. In this question, first presentation is the working note number 1. Number of potential hours are lost due to labor turnover. Number of potential hours lost due to labor turnover. Number of potential hours lost due to labor turnover. Number of potential hours lost due to labor turnover. Number of potential hours lost due to labor turnover. Number of hours lost due to training. Number of hours lost due to training is the 15,000. Number of hours lost due to delay in filling the vacancies, due to delay in filling vacancies is the 1 lakh. What are the total hours are lost? 1 lakh 15,000. Working note number 2. So calculation of the amount of sales could not be made due to labor turnover. So 83 lakhs, so 3,300 sales made because of 4 lakh 30,000 hours. So amount of sales could not be made because of labor turnover. 1 lakh 15 into 1 lakh 15,000, 22 lakhs 20,650. This is the amount of sales could not be made because of labor turnover. Next one is the calculation of the profit foregone due to labor turnover. Calculation of profit foregone due to labor turnover. Calculation of profit foregone due to labor turnover. Calculation of profit foregone due to labor turnover. So particulars under amount. Profit lost due to sales could not be made. Profit lost due to sales could not be made is equal to 22 lakhs 20,650 into 20 percentage is equal to 4 lakh 44,130. Profit loss due to more amount of expenditure, First one is the recruitment cost, settlement cost. Settlement cost. $43,820. Next one is the recruitment cost. Recruitment cost is the 26,740. Next one is the selection cost. Selection cost is the 12,750. Next one is the training cost. Training cost is the 30,490. If you add this 1,13,800, whatever the amount we'll get, that is the total profit foregone. Profit is decreasing because of two reasons. One reason is the profit is decreasing because of two reasons. One reason is the income decreasing. Second reason is the more amount of expenditure. If the income decreasing, profit is automatically decreased. If the expenditure increasing also, profit is automatically decreased. Next one is the idle time. Next one is the idle time. What is the meaning of idle time? The time for which wages are paid. The time for which wages are paid. But there is no output during that time. But there is no output during that time. But there is no output during the time. అంటే కొంత టయానికి వేజెస్ పే చేస్తాం కానీ ఆ టైంలో ఎటువంటి అవుట్పుట్ ఉండదు. సపోజ్ వీ పేడ్ ద వేజెస్ ఫర్ 10 అవర్స్, బట్ డ్యూరింగ్ ద 8 అవర్స్ దే ఆర్ వర్కింగ్, but 2 hours not working. Even though they are not working, still we are paying the wages. These 2 hours is called as a idle time. Idle time is also called as a non-productive time. Idle time is also called as a idle time. Idle time is also called as productive time. Is also called as a productive, is also called as a non-productive time. What is the meaning of non-productive time? During the time there is no output, there is no productivity or the no output to the organization. How many kinds of idle time? There are the two kinds of idle time. One is the idle time is classified into two types. Unproductive time is classified into two types. Idle time. First one is the normal idle time. Second one is the abnormal idle time. Second one is the abnormal idle time. We have to discuss the cost account treatment of the normal idle time and cost account treatment of the abnormal idle time. కొంచెం 2 minutes concentrate చేయండి, ఈజీగా అయిపోతుంది రివిజన్. Suppose we are taking the month of the April. We have the 10 workers are there. So month of April means how many days are there total? 30 days are there. But we are saying, taking the example that working days are the 25 days are the working days. For the sake of example, every day every worker is working for 8 hours. We are paying the wages for the 8 hours. Every day 8 hours. One worker one day means 8 hours. 10 workers one day means 80 hours. What are the total number of hours? Number of hours for which wages are paid. Number of hours for which wages paid is the number of hours for which wages paid is the, so 25 days work, 10 workers into 8 hours per day. Per day, for how many hours we are paying the wages? 80 hours. Like that for how many days? 25 days. For how many hours we are paying the wages? 2000 hours. ఆడుకుంటున్నారా బాబా, ఆడుకుంటున్నారా? మంత్ ఏప్రిల్ రా, 30 డేస్ ఉంటాయి తమ్ముడు. వర్కింగ్ డేస్ ఎన్ని? 25 డేస్ ఉంటాయి మాస్టారు. నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ అవర్స్ ఫర్ విచ్ వేజెస్ పేడ్ ఈజ్ 10 workers into 8. Per day is the 80 hours. Per month is the 80 hours into 25 అంటే 2000 hours. For each and every worker 200 hours. 200 hours, like that how many workers are there? 10 workers are there. 200 into 10, 2000 hours. For how many hours wages are paid? 2000 hours. Hourly rate is the 20 rupees is the hourly rate. What are the total wages are paid? 2000 into 20 is equal to 40,000 rupees wages are paid. Correct ena? Total is the 2000 hours are there. Total hours is the 2000 hours. ఈ 2000 hours లో productive time and unproductive time is nothing but a word, idle time. So productive time is the finite hours is the productive time. So idle time is how many hours? For the sake of example, finite hours. So what are the wages of productive time? Finite hour 1500 hours into 20. మీరు చెప్తేనే రాస్తాను, లేకపోతే రాయను నేను. ఎంతమ్మా? 30,000. సో ఐడిల్ టైమ్ ఈజ్ ద finite into, వాడు చెప్తేనే రాస్తా, రాయను లేకపోతే నేను. 10,000. What are the treatment for this 30,000? So our Kuladaivam, cost sheet, diet material, direct labor. How much direct labor you want to write? 30,000 because they're working, they're producing the goods. What about this 10,000? We don't know. For that 10,000 only we are discussing. What is the cost account treatment of the cost of idle time? Idle time is classified into how many categories? Two categories, normal idle time and abnormal idle time. What is the meaning of cost account treatment? Particular expenditure, how to present in the cost sheet, how to add, how to subtract, in which block we are considering, whether it is a part of the prime cost or part of the factory cost or part of the cost of production or part of the administration overhead or part of the selling and distribution overhead, part of the production overhead is called as a treatment of cost accounting treatment of particular expenditure. What is the cost of idle time here? 10,000. Idle time is classified into how many types? Idle time is classified into two types. One is the normal idle time. One is the normal idle time. Other one is the abnormal idle time. Some procedure is there. For some cost accounting procedure is there for treatment of the normal idle time and abnormal idle time. What is the meaning of normal idle time? Normal idle time means unavoidable idle time. What is the meaning of unavoidable idle time? Whatever the care you take, whatever the remedial steps you take, that cannot be avoided. కొంత టైం పని చేయకుండానే పోతుంది. Cost of normal idle time is treated as a cost of normal idle time. Cost of normal idle time is treated as a part of labor cost. Is treated as a part of the labor cost. What is the meaning of abnormal idle time? The actual idle time is if actual idle time is more than normal idle time, the excess idle time is called as a abnormal idle time. Cost of abnormal idle time. Cost of abnormal idle time is not treated as a part of the cost of sales to be transferred to the costing P&L account. What is the meaning of transfer to costing P&L account? Not shown in the cost sheet. From the overall profit that will be adjusted is called as a transfer to the costing profit and loss account. So we have to follow this procedure for understanding the treatment of the idle time. E procedure follow avalsinde. Every organization follow that procedure for discussion of the treatment of the cost of idle time. At the beginning of the period, how many hours are available? In our example, at the beginning of period, how many hours are available? 2,000 hours are available. How many employees are there? 10 employees are there. For each and every employee, 200 hours. How many hours are available? 2,000 hours are available. So each and every hour hourly rate is the 20 rupees. 2,000 hours are available. How many employees are there? మనకు ఏప్రిల్ 1st తెలుసు. మనకి ఏమని తెలుసు? ఏప్రిల్ 1st మన దగ్గర 10 మంది ఎంప్లాయీస్ ఉన్నారు. ఒక్కొక్కటి 200 గంటలు పనిచేస్తాడు. మొత్తం ఎన్ని అవర్స్ పనిచేస్తారని తెలుసు మనకు? 2,000 hours పనిచేస్తారని తెలుసు. At the beginning of the April month, we know that how many hours are available? 2,000 hours are available. Based on the experience, they are predicting that, they are estimating that. So 10% of available time is the idle time. 10% of available time is the idle time. This is called as a what? Normal idle time. Normal idle time is estimated in advance. What are the examples for normal idle time? Time allowed to the employees for their personal needs, having the dinner, having the lunch, or having the snacks, or personal needs. So using the washroom, the time taking the rest between the two jobs. So one job is, suppose I have taken the class from 8 to 10 one class, so 10 to 11 other class. So but I cannot start the second class at the 10 o'clock, maybe 10:10 or the 10:15 I can start. Why? Because after finishing the class here, in order to go to the other class, it may take the 5 minutes or 10 minutes for waiting for the lift or the some other reasons. Maybe going to the washroom. For that purpose, I may take the 10 minutes. These 10 minutes also they will pay the wages. These 10 minutes is called as a normal idle time. What are the examples for the normal idle time? Time gap between the two jobs, or time taken for shifting from one job to the other job. Second one is time taken by the employees for their personal needs. Those cannot be avoided. At the beginning of period itself, how much time is the normal time? Normal idle time we are estimating 10%. Out of 2000 hours, we are estimating that how many hours will be lost for the normal reasons? 200 hours. 200 hours will be lost. This 200 hours cost will be charged. 200 hours cost is what? Out of 2000 hours, at the beginning of period itself, how many hours we are estimating that normal idle time? 200 hours. The cost of normal idle time is stated as a part of the labor cost. Is stated as a part of the labor cost. For how many hours we are paying? For how many hours we are paying? 2000 hours. Out of 2000 hours, we are estimating that expected productive hours are ఎన్ని గంటలు పని చేస్తారనుకుంటున్నాం? 1800. Expected idle time is the what is the expected idle time? Expected idle time is the 200 hours. Expected idle time is called as a normal idle time. What is the cost of these 1800 hours? What is the cost of labor cost of these 1800 hours? What is the labor cost of these 1800? మీరు చేసి చెప్తేనే రాస్తారు, లేకపోతే రాయను నేను. What is the labor cost of, what are the wages for these 1800 hours? So 1800 hours into 20 rupees is equal to 36,000. So 200 into 20 is equal to 4000 rupees. This 4000 rupees labor cost also, this 4000 rupees also treated as a part of the labor cost of the 1800 hours. So what is the cost according treatment of the cost of normal idle time? Cost of normal idle time is treated as a part of the labor cost. What is the expected productive hours in our example? 1800 hours. These 4000 rupees also treated as a labor cost of this 1800 hours. So effective, that's why there is one more terminology is called as effective hourly rate. Effective hourly rate. Effective hourly rate is equal to, so now 40,000. How did you get the 40,000? This 36,000 plus 4,000 divided by how many hours? 1800 hours. This 200 hours law cost also charged to the 1800 hours. 40,000 divided by 1800. 22.22222. This is the effective hourly rate. Normal idle time cost also charged to the expected productive hours. Actual productive hours information will come to know at the end, at what period? At the end of the period. Actual productive hours are actual productive hours are actually worked. Actual productive hours are 1700. At the end, how many expected productive hours? How many expected productive hours? Expected productive hours are the 1800. But actual productive hours are the 1700 only. What is the actual idle time now? Actual idle time is the 300 hours is the actual idle time. What is the estimated idle time? 200. కాదురా నాయన, ఎక్స్పెక్టెడ్ 1800 hours పని చేస్తారు అనుకుంటున్నాం రా నాయన. యాక్చువల్లీ ఎన్ని అవర్స్ పని చేశారు బై ది ఎండ్ ఆఫ్ ది పీరియడ్? 1700 పని చేశారు. అనుకున్నది ఒకటి, జరిగినది ఒకటి. ఇప్పుడు యాక్చువల్ ఐడిల్ టైం ఎంత? 300 hours is the actual idle time. Expected idle time is the 200. What is the extra idle time? 100 ఏమంటారు? abnormal idle time అంటారు. What is abnormal idle time meaning? If actual idle time is more than the normal idle time, the extra idle time is called as a abnormal idle time. Abnormal idle time information revealed at the end of the period లో మనకు తెలుస్తుంది. What is the cost of abnormal idle time now? What is the cost of abnormal idle time? What is the cost of abnormal idle time? Cost of the abnormal idle time is equal to 100 hours into 22.222 rupees. What is that? 2000. 100 hours into 22.22222. Enta? How much? So 2222. Cost of abnormal. This is the information revealed at the end of the period. In the cost sheet, as a labor cost, how much you want to add? What are the actual effective hours? 1700 into 22.222. 1700 into 22.22222 is equal to 37,778 will be added. Remaining 2222 will be transferred to the costing profit and loss account. These two 40,000 kada. This is the procedure they will follow in cost accounting. So go through the, with this knowledge, please go through the question number 19. Lab ఐడిల్ టైం ఇచ్చాడంటే ఫస్ట్ ఉంటుంది బిగినింగ్ ఆఫ్ పీరియడ్ నార్మల్ ఐడిల్ టైం చూసి నార్మల్ ఐడిల్ టైం బేస్ చేసుకుని ఏం క్యాలిక్యులేట్ చేయాలి, మనము ఎఫెక్టివ్ లేబర్ అవర్ రేట్ క్యాలిక్యులేట్ చేయాలి. ఎఫెక్టివ్ లేబర్ అవర్ రేట్ ఫార్ములా ఏంటి? టోటల్ లేబర్ కాస్ట్ డివైడ్ బై ఎక్స్పెక్టెడ్ ప్రొడక్టివ్ అవర్స్. హౌ విల్ యు గెట్ ద ఎక్స్పెక్టెడ్ ప్రొడక్టివ్ అవర్స్? టోటల్ లేబర్ అవర్స్ అవైలబుల్ మైనస్ నార్మల్ ఐడిల్ టైం తీసేయాలి. అంటే నార్మల్ ఐడిల్ టైం కాస్ట్ ఆల్సో చార్జ్ టు ద expected productive hours. Abnormal idle time information will be revealed only at the end of the period మనకు రివీల్ అవుతుంది. చూడండి క్వశ్చన్ నెంబర్ 19కి వెళ్ళండి. In a factory 6 days in a week and 8 hours per each day, a worker is paid at the rate of 100 rupees per basic day, basic wages plus DNS allowance of 125% of basic. He is allowed to take 30 minutes off during his hour shift for meals break and 10 minutes recess for the rest. In a factory working 6 days in a week, 8 hours a day, అంటే ఒక వర్కర్ ఎన్ని అవర్స్ వర్క్ అవైలబిలిటీ ఉంటుంది? 48 hours, 8 hours into 6 days. A worker is paid at the rate of the 100 rupees per day, basic plus DNS allowance of 120% of the basic. He is allowed to take 30 minutes off during his hour shift for meals break, 10 minutes for the rest, and he is allowed to take 30 minutes is for the lunch break, 10 minutes for the rest. And 40 minutes is what? Normal idle time. That is a management knows in advance at the beginning of period. During a week, his card showed that his time was chargeable to the job. For job X, how much time he spent? Worked 15 hours. Job Y, 12 hours. Job Z, 13 hours. Time not booked was wasted while waiting for the job. While waiting for the job. And abnormal idle time. In cost accounting state, how would allocate the wages of the workers for the week? How many hours are available? How many hours are available? Number of hours available. Number of hours 6 days into 8 hours. How many hours are available? 48 hours available. What is the normal time? Normal idle time and expected idle time. Normal idle time. What is the normal idle time? So 6 days into 40 hours, 40 minutes per day. Ante 240 minutes. 240 minutes means 4 hours. Normal idle time is the 4 hours. What is the expected productive time? What is the expected productive time? 48 hours minus 4 hours is equal to 44 hours is the expected productive time. Nanu recruit చేసుకున్నప్పుడు వాళ్ళకి తెలుసు ఏమని, నేను పర్ డే 8 hours అవైలబిలిటీ ఉంటుంది, వీక్లీ 48 hours ఉంటుంది. కానీ వాళ్ళు నాకు చెప్పారు 40 minutes ఇస్తాం నీకు దేనికోసం? తిండి కోసం, రెస్ట్ కోసం అంటున్నారు. అంటే దే నో దట్ ఈవెన్ దే ఆర్ పేయింగ్ ఫర్ ద 48 hours ఇన్ అడ్వాన్స్, దే నో దట్ 4 hours విల్ బి లాస్ట్. అంటే హౌ మెనీ అవర్స్ ప్రొడక్టివ్ ఎక్స్పెక్టెడ్ ప్రొడక్టివ్ అవర్స్ ఆర్ అవైలబుల్? 44 hours are expected productive hours. Actual hours worked is actual productive hours are. How much is the actual productive hours? He worked 15 hours for the job X, 12 hours for the job Y, 13 hours for the job Z. What are the expected? What are the actual productive hours? 40 hours. What are the expected productive hours? 44 hours. But actual productive hours are the 40 hours. So what are the actual idle? What is the actual idle time? 48 hours. Out of 48 hours, 4 hours is the normal idle time. Abnormal idle time is the 4 hours. కాదమ్మా 48 hours అవైలబిలిటీ ఉంటుంది కదమ్మా. యాక్చువల్లీ ఎన్ని అవర్స్ పని చేస్తున్నాడు? 40 hours చేస్తున్నాడు కదా. ముందుగానే ఎంత ఊహించాం మనం పోతుందని? 4 hours పోతుందని ముందుగానే ఊహించాం. అప్పుడు ఎక్స్పెక్టెడ్ ప్రొడక్టివ్ అవర్స్ ఎంత అవుతుంది? 44. యాక్చువల్ ప్రొడక్టివ్ అవర్స్ ఆర్ 40 hours కదా. యాక్చువల్ ప్రొడక్టివ్ అవర్స్ ఆర్ 40. ఎక్స్ట్రా ఇంకా ఎంత పోయింది? 4. ఆ 4 hours ఏమంటారు? అబ్నార్మల్ ఐడిల్ టైం అంటారు. అబ్నార్మల్, వాట్ ఇస్ అబ్నార్మల్ ఐడిల్ టైం హియర్? అబ్నార్మల్ ఐడిల్ టైం ఈజ్ ద number of hours available. Number of hours available. Number of hours available. So 8 hours into 6 days is equal to 48 hours available. Normal idle time or the normal idle time or the expected idle time is the 4 hours. How did you get the 4 hours? 6 days into 6 days into 40 minutes is equal to 240 minutes. 240 minutes is also called as a 4 hours. Expected productive hours. How much expected productive hours? 48 minus 4 is equal to 44 hours పనిచేస్తున్నా అనుకుంటున్నాము. But actual productive hours are the actual productive hours are the 40 hours are the actual productive hours. Actual productive hours are the 40 hours is the actual productive hours. What is the abnormal idle time now? So abnormal idle time is the 4 hours is the abnormal idle time. What are the total wages? ఏమన్నాడు total wages? బేసిక్ వేజ్ ఎంత అన్నాడు వాడు? బేసిక్ వేజ్ ఇది 100 రూపీస్ పర్ డే కదా. బేసిక్ వేజెస్ డిఎన్ఎస్ అలవెన్స్ 125% ఆఫ్ బేసిక్ వేజెస్. బేసిక్ వేజ్ ఈజ్ ద 600. సో బేసిక్ డిఎన్ఎస్ అలవెన్స్ ఈజ్ ద 720. What is the total? 1320. How did you get the 720? 600 into 120 percentage. 1320. Effective hourly rate is how much? Effective hourly rate. What are the total wages? 1320 divided by effective 1320. Expected productive hours are ఇదంతా ఇప్పుడు చేస్తాం మనం, బిగినింగ్ ఆఫ్ ది పీరియడ్ లోనే చేస్తాం. Beginning of the period we know that how many ways that they are expected to pay? 1320 they are expected to pay. For how many hours? 44 hours. 4 hours normal idle time cost is charged to remaining 44 hours. 1320 divided by 44. 30 rupees per hour. Therefore, labor cost to be added in the cost sheet. 40 hours into 30. How much? 1200. For job X, for how many hours cost will charge? 15 hours into 30, 450 rupees. For job Y, 12 hours into 30, 360. For job Z, 13 hours into 30, 390. What is the labor cost to be added in the cost sheet? 1200. So what is the labor cost to be transferred to? Labor cost to be transferred to costing P&L account. How many hours labor cost to be transferred to costing P&L account? Abnormal idle time cost to be transferred to costing P&L account. 4 hours into 30 is equal to 120. That cannot be collected from the customer. From our overall profit, that is to be subtracted. Abnormal material losses, abnormal labor cost, abnormal overhead cost, any cost that is in the nature of abnormal nature should not be considered as a part of the cost of the sales. From our profit, that is to be subtracted, is called as a transfer to the costing profit and loss account. So one more concept pending in case of labor chapter, that is a treatment of the overtime. ఒకసారి చూసుకొని రండి. రేపు ఒకరిద్దరు వస్తే క్లాస్ తీసుకోను, నేను ఒకరిద్దరు వస్తే తీసుకోను, ఒక 4-5 వస్తే తీసుకుంటాను, కానీ మరి ఒకరిద్దరికి తీసుకోను. రేపు ఇది అయిపోతుంది. ఓవర్ టైం ప్రీమియం అయిపోయిన తర్వాత రేపు 2 hours ఇచ్చారు నాకు. సో ఓవర్ హెడ్ చాప్టర్ అయిపోతుంది. ఓవర్ హెడ్ తర్వాత యాక్టివిటీ బేస్డ్ కాస్టింగ్. అన్ని ఇంపార్టెంట్, ప్రతి చాప్టర్ ఇంపార్టెంట్. ఏది ఇంపార్టెంట్ ఏది అన్ఇంపార్టెంట్ కాదు. మనకు ఉండే 11 చాప్టర్స్లో ఈచ్ అండ్ ఎవ్రీ చాప్టర్ ఇంపార్టెంటే మనకు.